Merry Christmas! I just realized I have to turn that fan down. But I had to fix my pants. And I don't have headphones on, so I feel kinda naked. But Merry Christmas. I hope everyone's good. Hi, Fox. How are you? I decided to raw dog the stream today. Apparently, we're in an ad, so I can chill for a sec. Wow, I picked the time to start, didn't I? Right in an ad. Ads are fun. Okay, now we should be out of ads. So, typically for Christmas, I do a Christmas morning with Auntie Liv stream. Um, that's mostly just talking about like Christmas plans and stuff. And I don't know, I kind of realized not really that person. I don't have a lot to share for Christmas stuff this year because I'm kind of well, I am alone this Christmas, and it's by choice. I could have places to go. I just don't don't right now. Christmas stream, yes, welcome. This is our Christmas stream. So I figured one thing that I like to do a lot is like reflect on past stuff. It's partially because I'm not very good at seeing progress of myself in real time. It's why I look back at a lot of stuff that I used to do. Um, so it's difficult for me to see how far that I've come when I put in work day to day. So I like to go back and visit old stuff. Plus, it's just sometimes it's a nice place to find some ideas and whatnot and just, I don't know, reminisce on the time together if you've been here for it. If not, I guess you can be updated. Notifications! I don't have any activities planned. I just have a notebook and some ideas. So, this morning when I woke up, I actually, well, yesterday was kind of a whirlwind. I was like a tornado moving through the house, getting everything clean and catching up on all the stuff that I have been slacking on recently. And then I ended up crashing out and having to lay in bed at like 5 o'clock because I woke up at like 6 or 7, so it was a lot of work. I like crashed out at like 5 o'clock, and then I just laid on my bed. Sometimes I was on my phone, sometimes I wasn't. Sometimes I was just like laying there with my eyes closed. And I didn't actually sleep until like 4 a.m. So I'm like all fucked up. I didn't wake up until like 11 or so, and I typically do my Christmas stream like 12 to 2, where we like wake up, have warm beverages, talk about Christmas things. But what I like to do towards the end of the year around this time is like reflect on the stuff. So when it comes to like New Year's, I'm not like stumped of like what my, resolutions would be, my goals would be, the things I want for the new year, what have you. And I woke up and I was like super excited to like do my stream as I was cleaning, or picking up from the crash out yesterday. Everything was clean. I just had like some tissues and trash everywhere because my allergies are really bad right now for some reason. Um, and like I had all these ideas in my head and these conversation things and things I want to do and things I want to make, and then I smoked and I lost like my entire personality. And I was like, it's Christmas, let's just have an afternoon smoke. No, I completely fucked myself. That's one of the reasons I'm not wearing headphones. I'm not still high, it was hours ago, but like all of that stuff just kind of came to like a crashing halt for me. And one of the things is like smoking for me is a coping mechanism. Coping mechanism, and it's like I kind of had a breakthrough in the past couple. I've had multiple breakthroughs in the past couple days. It's like it's a way for me to satiate like my fear of being seen, or like your fear of being on camera, those kind of things, and like authentically being yourself because that means judgment, and that's a threat to the nervous system. So my brain likes to convince me that I can smoke and still do it, and then I just end up really boring and I can't formulate the thoughts as intensely and vividly as they are in my head. They don't come out of my mouth the way that I want. So I'm either going to in the next year or so, um in the next couple months or so, next year, because it is literally like a week away. If my streams get earlier in the day or something, don't be surprised about that. I've always been like an earlier streamer. I've rarely been a late streamer, but the only time in the past like year that I could set aside for streaming was like to guarantee myself like Friday night or something. So there is that. Um, it's a mirror, so I don't want it reflected. I don't know what it shows in my background. Um, but over the past year, I have maintained a consistency that I never have before on my Twitch stream ever. And I am super proud of that. I've always had like time where I take multiple days off, multiple weeks off when I was like in a period of streaming. And I have not done that to myself. So I am happy about that. Um, all right, my brain got on something. Ideas for my overlay, which isn't a big deal. It's just I saw it, so now my brain has to hone in on it. One of the first things I wanted to do, because I haven't actually gone back and looked yet, of what games did we stream this year? Because in terms of like content that I've done and games that I've played, I don't have like a definite, like this was January of 2024. I don't have a definite recollection. Let's see. Yeah, another thing while I scroll through these that I've been able to do is like really overcome my perfectionism. Not completely. I still have moments and bouts, but the perfectionism that would just absolutely criticize me internally and eat me alive to where I would delete all of my content and all of that. I have been managing to overcome that. And I have an entire catalog of everything that I had previously deleted in these like perfectionism episodes. Mainly Fallout 4 and Skyrim. Yeah, those are kind of like my fallbacks. Those are the ones I always go back to. uh, so let's see. I did Christmas last year. Don't start. October 7th. Okay, so Fairy Tail. I think I finished Fairy Tail before the end of the year, though, before end of 2023. There are like multiple periods in my streaming career that I have gone back to streaming Skyrim and Fallout 4 or Fallout New Vegas. Done that one a couple times. The only thing I would do for a Fallout New Vegas run, I kind of want to if I streamed it again, I would do the kill everyone run that I've been talking about for literal years. I want to do a kill everybody run in that. I think it would be so good. October 16th, 2023. Maximum team bonding. Whoop. My voice invaded me. November was still Fairy Tail. November was Bioshock. December. Trying to find. Oh, I never cut that one. Oh, it's because it's 7 hours. January 6th. So which one? This way? This is January 9th, so other way. Haha, Happy New Year, chats, goals. Oh God, do I want to revisit? I don't think I do. Maybe in private. I don't know. I don't want to. Oh, that was. Yeah, so I did just chatting stream on the 1st. And then I did Skyrim. Skyrim Anniversary. Which is my first time streaming Skyrim Anniversary, I think. Bioshock Remastered, we finished. Did not 100% it. Fallout 4. When I was so obsessed with getting Nuka World lit, and I didn't realize until like a week ago that I'd never got it lit. I never finished Nuka World. I was so dead set on that. Conan Exiles. Conan, I didn't do it on stream, but on my own, I am at 91% on Conan for perfection runs, 100%ing. Fallout 4, Bioshock, chatting, Skyrim AE, Fallout 4, Skyrim, Fallout 4. You can tell that was a major transition point in my life. I couldn't handle like any new things. So I just streamed Skyrim and Fallout. And then because we were doing the tarot at the end of 2023, in January. No, that wasn't January. That was months later. Because I was not in the same place. June. June 3rd, we did peer-reviewed paranormal of the Sam and Colby thing. And dude, oh my God, there has been an update about the whole Sam and Colby thing and the Cody and Satori. So, if you don't know, Sam and Colby are like vlogger guys. Um, they got pop abandoned places videos, like they would go to abandoned places illegally and record things, and then they got pulled into the whole paranormal meta of the internet. I was gonna say of YouTube, but I think the big paranormal spike that's happening right now happened because of TikTok. Um, so I was just vibing, doing my thing, and it started coming across my For You page on TikTok, this series that Sam and Colby had done, called, or at the Conjuring House. So because it had reached like me, and I am not like, I don't interact with like vloggers or anything. It reached me because the people that I had followed in like the witchy community and things like that, they were talking about this series that had happened. And it was because these two people, one of them is from Ghost Hunters, Jason Hawes, his daughter, Satori Hawes, and her fiance call themselves the paranormal couple, and they have this like method that's basically like a Ouija board that they spell out, and the ghosts are like supposedly they tap along to pick, the right letters. So she goes A, B, C, D, and then they'll be tapping. And these two, when they hold hands, they open this beacon in the other world. This claims that they made. They open this beacon in this other world that all the spirits can flock to, and then they can spell out anything from any spirit whatsoever. So people who visit the Conjuring House, like tourists and whatnot, would get loved ones speaking to them through Cody and Satori. And they blew up in this big um I don't know, big viral moment because of the Sam and Colby series. And they had a bunch of eyes on them. So I wanted to look at it as somebody who used to believe in things, but as we investigated this and other paranormal things and tarot and the witchy occult part of the internet, um, I I got bubbly. It is non-alcoholic. I do this for holidays, but I figure because we're celebrating another year together. So anyways, I wanted to view it from my side, and so obviously we all knew it was fake, but we could not determine who was being um who was being the most deceptive. So it was like Cody knew that it, like, so theories. Cody knew that it was fake because people had found videos before he was with Satori of him doing this method with other, I don't know if they were vloggers, other YouTubers, that he did like a feature on their channel and uh use this method, and but because it was like not very known YouTubers at the time. Actually, I don't know how known they were. Even if someone has like 400,000 subscribers or something, that's a significant amount of eyes, but at the same time there's so many people with that amount that it's like it's difficult to differentiate and be like, how it used to be. If there was somebody with 1 million subscribers, we used to know like all the top YouTubers, and now like everybody has 1 million subscribers except me. So So they found that netizens found this clip. So there was a theory. Well, there was a theory among my chat. I don't know how much it got outside to like the internet and what their theories were. Was that Cody knew and Satori didn't, and that he kind of did it as a ploy, when they were like dating, kind of deal, and it was like, one of those it must be because we have this power together thing. Um, so the other theory was that Cody and Satori knew and Sam and Colby didn't, and the other one was that they all knew and they were all in on it. So Sam and Colby never came out and said that they were deceived in any way, not publicly. But because recently Sam and Colby got in a pretty big fight, I guess, on camera and off camera, regarding Sam's need to like push things too far. Of like, when you're not supposed to take a picture of the doll, he took a picture of the doll. So Colby was the one that was like calling him out and saying like, hey, you kind of did this last year, but they weren't specific on what it was last year, but a year before that, was the Conjuring House. So everyone's saying, Sam did this at the Conjuring House. So there was like a big fight, and because of that, someone named Chris, who is their friend, she used to be a TikToker, I believe. She made those like where she role played as like her toddler, so she would be like her talking to her toddler. If you saw that person, I think you know what I mean. I ended up blocking her at that time because I couldn't stand the toddler voice. I didn't think her content was funny. But she came out in a podcast where they were like generally talking about the topic, and she mentioned how Sam and Colby had felt deceived by the situation that happened at the Conjuring House. So it has come out since then that apparently Sam and Colby didn't know about the paranormal couple doing all of this. And like, I wouldn't necessarily say believe it, because obviously they hyperbolized it, everything that happened that night, for the camera and everything. But apparently they did believe Cody and Satori. They didn't know how it was done, and they never came out and said it was, like a hoax. But they were telling their friends behind the scenes, and then their friends got, clocked saying that they said that they had felt deceived by the whole Conjuring situation. But they never addressed it outside of the one that we had already watched like a year ago. So the new development was that they had like a big fight, and because Sam is always trying to push the boundaries, which Sam was the one that we gave the most leeway to, because we always thought that Colby seemed more deceptive, more manipulative, but I thought Sam was innocent, but that's not true anymore. But also, they were the ones that did a prank with Sam Pepper in like 2014. If you were on the internet during this time, it was forever ago. It was a kidnapping my best friend prank, and it blew up on the internet because Sam had thought that Colby got kidnapped and was killed in front of him, and so it was like a big deal. It was just pre Logan Paul Forrest internet, so that was that situation. And so the update was that, and Cody and Satori, the paranormal couple, they did a live stream, and I was there for it. They did a live stream on TikTok after the whole Conjuring thing blew up, and it was the weirdest fucking energy. And I shared it with you guys because I had the video of it, but I didn't have the audio because my laptop was fucked up at the time, so I didn't have the audio. But she was like, Satori was like super red in the face, and she seemed like really pissed off. And Cody never like, he never really shows kind of interest in literally anything that he's doing. He's like always just kind of sitting there neutral faced, and she's just sitting there red faced and trying to explain herself without giving things away. And she also at the same time completely like tarnished what was left of Jason Hawes's reputation in like the paranormal world. It was a big deal. Um because he was like supposedly one of like the most honest ones, and the reason that him and Grant split up in that pre Logan Paul forces an honest description. Yeah, I know, right? This is also pre like Dramageddon. This is pre like there's so much in internet history here. Um but yeah, so the Ghost Hunters split up years ago in like the early 2000s because Grant was faking things for TV, and Jason never came out and said anything about it, but it was found out. Somebody in Taps got it out. Uh, and so his reputation was like it was questionable because Jason has always been very by the book and very like dismissive of evidence that he couldn't further disprove. I mean, he was the whole backbone of the Taps situation of debunking these ghost stories. And so she just kind of she didn't like kill what was of the reputation. She basically killed what was like a new generation. So like my generation knew that that happened, but like Gen Z, Gen Alpha now have this tied to him. So you just like you ruined it for a whole new group of people. um that could have been believers, I guess. So yeah, there was a few developments on that, and yeah, like their we looked at their live stream. It didn't contain anything that was really new, but they were making wild fucking claims, saying that like so. Uh, one thing I went on was Harry Houdini's interest in it wasn't. God, I'm all stuffy now, so like I sound really nasally on my on my videos when I watch them back because for some reason when I start talking on my stream, my nose just like clogs up. Uh, so Harry Houdini was like famously into debunking these like paranormal situations. So like people who held seances and wild things would happen, those kind of situations, and the psychic mediums of the time. And so he would, you know, fuck with people. He had this famous thing where he told his wife a password. So if a medium, psychic, seance person came to her after he died and was like, I'm talking to Harry or whatever, she could disprove it because she knew the password. And nobody, as of, whenever she quit doing this years and years ago, nobody had guessed the password. So nobody had gotten it right, and every single person that approached her for a seance was a fraud. And Cody and Satori in 2024 was claiming that they had basically done the same thing, not Harry Houdini's password, but for random families. They made a claim that they had come up with somebody's previous life password thing and claims of the sort. And then they just kind of disappeared from the internet after that. I honestly don't know if their TikTok is even still up. I didn't follow it. So it looks like their last episode or last upload of their method on their own channel was um September of last year or September of this year. Yeah, they're not doing so hot. All the comments are so it says y'all are wrong for what you did. Exposed. How can you say this is real when Cody has a video from before Satori causing Nox alone? And they said, lol, and that means we are fake. We both had some crazy experiences before we met each other. The communication elevated significantly after we met and became much more reliable. All the best. So yeah, they don't really upload much anymore. They still have 200,000 followers on TikTok, which is not, it's not insignificant, but it's not really significant. So that was like a bigger turning point for my channel of doing the peer-reviewed paranormal. So we did Sam and Colby at the end of 2023, and then I did it for Steve Gonzalez's documentary on Amazon Prime. Maybe you have Amazon Prime. It's a 2-part documentary. And the first one wasn't very good. And we figured out why. You fresh sourdough bread. Dude, fuck sourdough bread. I hate sourdough. It's so bad. The reason that it didn't wrap up with anything really was because one of the people, so the woman who owned the house, her daughter got really sick and passed away before the first documentary could be released. So a lot of the questions went unanswered, and the documentary took a different turn than it was expected to. And it was not very well received at all. Well, the people who gave time to the second part gave it better reviews, but but originally it wasn't super great. But yeah, I don't like sourdough bread. I think it's gross. I think it tastes like bread gone bad. So yeah, we watched Lost this year as well, and Pan's Labyrinth. I finally got Ariel's bow, and I screamed that guy off a ledge. I think you're good. Maybe I am. I gotta get the clip of that. I have a button for stream markers, but I have literally never in the entire time that I've been streaming have ever used stream markers. Mostly I got clipped by other people, so I didn't have to do any of the work, but now I have to go back and watch it. So it is with roast beef is peak, but I don't really like roast beef. Digging myself into a hole. And dude, I ordered Dino Nugs for a dinner for like this week, and they gave me Dino chicken fries instead of nugs, and I love chicken fries. Like back when Burger King had chicken fries, I don't know if they still do, honestly. I used to get those all the time. Burger King chicken fries are good. So were their spicy ones. But yeah, the ones I got, the bread to chicken ratio is not great. It's not there. It is not there. We had Far Harbor for the first time. Destiny 2, we did some streaming this year. Fallout 76, we saw the Mothman, and that was it. We did Punishing Grey Raven. Didn't finish that. Okay. I also am not a big fan of, like, sandwiches. Like the big ones that you like dip in weird sauces. I'm so good on that. I don't like wet bread. Soggy bread. Not a fan. Alien Isolation! We started and finished. Although I did not achievement hunt because I have it on Epic and there were not achievements for it on Epic. How do you survive with really bready fucking chicken fries? Which is almost, it's worse than a sandwich, I think, at this point. And then we started Outlast. And Outlast 2 because I got them on sale. And the Outlast DLC. I've completed more games this year than I have in a while. I don't like Food Phoenix. It's true. It is true. But I have Arfid. Blame the Arfid. Resident Evil, we finished again. I have not 100% in a game this year. Finished Last of Us this weekend. That's nice. I don't know The Last of Us though. I don't know anything about it. But good to be finishing. Isn't that the one that has like a really intense story? Destiny 2 again. I'm on observation duty. Right on the paper. Yeah. I think that's one of the stories that I've avoided, but there'll probably be a point in time where I get to it. I think this is the first time I went an entire calendar year without playing a South Park game. Is that success? Probably not. That's. I think the reason I avoided it was. Tell me about like a little girl, like a daughter or sister. It's gonna be so ridiculous to look back on. My explanation. The infection rat and stalker can't manage to do anything. Almost everyone. Are they doing? They're doing another Monster Hunter. That's not what I follow. Not for any reason then. For any reason other than I just don't see it. Resident Evil 2 and Silent Hill 2. She had 14 different games this year. Ooh, 60 days. Interesting. So yeah, I played 14 games. I finished a couple stories, did not clock that 100% on any of them. Because I did Fairy Tale in 2023, and that's the last one I got. Sad. 2025, we get 100% the new Fairy Tale. If I can afford it. So when Okay, so this year I've had only the two hair colors. I was like, when did I go blonde? So when I did my roots, when I had pink hair, and I just decided not to add more pink, and then that's how we got here. And my developer hasn't come yet, so I'll probably do my hair on like New Year's, which is pretty typical for me. Like when I went red to blue, I did it on New Year's. So January 1st, I had blue hair. My hair colors are like how I gauge certain periods in my life. And like no matter what I do, someone will always tell me that they preferred a different color better. And I'm like, well, I can't go back to that now. I haven't done the internal work of who that version of myself was to be able to like wear that color and costume and everything. Like if it was not a good time. Not that pink hair was a bad time. Well, yeah, it kind of was. Pink hair was it was a big transition in my life. And that's why like when I'm deciding on a new color, like when I was deciding recently, like I can't go back and do blue hair because I haven't processed the person that blue haired me was fully yet, so I'm not okay going back yet. And also, I kind of just want something new, which is why I'm doing the yellow. So I have the yellow in the eyebrow, and then I did test strip under here. I'm gonna do a yellow and blonde, but not platinum blonde split dye. Somewhere, I'm hoping to start out with the brown color because it's gonna be like yellow and brown. The brown color to be a little darker than the platinum now, but not as dark as like my natural color. So it's a blonde, sunlit blonde. And then my yellow color is Cosmic Sunshine. So I am just going to be all sunshine on my head. Very bright. So, yeah, for stream, um, just think, where did my brain just go? Lala. I don't know. I want to revamp my overlay, but we're gonna keep the yellow book. I like the yellow book a lot. Just in my past streams, um, there was a point that when I did Spooky Sleepover, it was a real book. I actually used this. You can barely see it down there. This big black one is an Edgar Allan Poe entire works, and I blacked out the cover, not permanently. I put like something over it. I blacked out the cover and I blacked out the inside pages, and I made my own overlay with like an actual real book that opened when I started my stream. And I don't know if I'll go that in depth, but I also had the title of the book change every stream so it matched the title of the stream. And I think that was more fun, and I think I want to incorporate that as well as some different slash new clips for my Be Right Back, and also promoting, like, because that how it has the promotion on it to like subscribe and follow on Twitch. Um, it's like different frames, so I have to put in specific frames. Having a frame for um, my Ko-Fi emote graphic stuff because I want to make some overlays. I got some really cool ideas recently for overlays that would look really nice, but not necessarily my style. Just like my style adjacent. Nothing that I would switch my whole situation out to, but that's probably all going to be on Ko-Fi. And then I want to promote my art more and like possibly actually finish some pieces this year and get them like printed. So I was thinking of like Society 6, which right now I just have the one design on my merch for Streamlabs. But I make literally nothing off of those if I ever do sales or promote sales or anything like that on those. So I make like nothing, but Society 6 is more set up for artists. So I could put that design on like not just like shirts and hoodies, but like I got my shower curtain off of there because somebody had their art print put on a shower curtain. So I bought it. So things like that, like having my Nemesis as like a print that you can buy, or like even my mental health art and pieces, have those available because I've had a lot of people say a lot of positive things about my art this year, especially recently. Also, people have recently told me multiple times that I am giving Twitch streamer, so I just need to like light myself on fire now. They just look at me like it's giving Twitch streamer. Oh, flying too close to the sun, are we? Just lie my way through. I actually had to pee really quick. I will be right back. Okay. And then I had some things. So obviously something I accomplished this year that I am proud of. Year of consistency. Who is she? It's kind of funny because recently I've been uploading the Fallout streams from when I first started streaming, and something I used to say a lot and common in the streams was because I was always very scatterbrained, very all over the place, always forgetting things, couldn't like focus or retain information for long periods of time, and I always would say like I'm gonna get my shit together someday. And so like seeing that and then seeing the videos that are going up now because I'm streaming live, like right next to each other, is like I'm actually doing that. Like I've actually gotten it kind of together. I'm in my own place now. I have a general understanding of what I'm doing. That's super nice. I did the podcast this year. I did a couple episodes. Um, I doubt that'll be revived in 2025, but we'll see. But that was an accomplishment because it's something that I wanted to do for a long time, and I did it. It kind of goes with a different question. I have some of these questions like written out or like noted. Scrapped projects from the year. And one of my scrapped projects was the podcast. And the reason for that and the reason that I might not bring it back is because it became a place that I was um like using how do I say that? Like as a platform where I was trying to just basically defend myself in certain places in my life. So I have this like constant monologue, constant inner critic that has gotten quieter in the past few years, but um there's always this constant need for me to defend myself and what I'm doing and the choices that I'm making and the ways that I'm behaving and things like that. Or it even serves to like make excuses for periods and points in my life where I wasn't being treated the best and I was still excusing it and letting things happen longer than they should have. I use platforms where I can openly and freely speak about things to like, I don't know, kind of defend myself in certain ways. All right, Fox, Merry Christmas. Thanks for hanging out. Um, and so that became what that was. And instead of explaining the topics as I explained them, like I did for the journaling video, I think that one was pretty good. Um, it was more like explaining things instead of being like explaining things from like the description of the thing that I am talking about or um, whatever. So like I had an episode about EDS that was going to go up and I failed to properly record it like 4 different times. Like one of them, the audio was super bad. One of them corrupted. Um, it was like four that went bad. So I just decided to completely scrap everything, and I was gonna wait until I got here to the new place to start something new. But the episode that I was talking about, I wasn't talking about the EDS as like a standpoint of necessarily what it is and what it means for me in terms of like physicality. It was more like what it means for me in terms of why I behave the way that I do in my life, if that makes sense. And so it's like me defending myself, or I do this because of this. I do this because of this. And I don't like that. I don't like the feeling of having to explain myself ever anymore. Which is why I'm like kind of socially awkward as part of like the people pleasing stuff of like, no, I'm not behaving this way as a reaction to you. I'm behaving this way as a reaction to what's happening in my body. So don't take it personal. Like that kind of thing. And I don't like that. Don't. Oh. Can't even get through a Christmas stream without her showing her butthole. Hi, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. I love you. I just don't want you to show your butthole on camera. Can we get through one stream? I swear. Yeah, so I scrapped that, and I was gonna bring it back when I got into my own place. Excuse me, but I did not, and I don't necessarily want to at this time because there's nothing that I can really make an entire podcast about that I don't, talk about on stream or, you know, whatever. Like I don't feel the need to explain my EDS or anything. In a way that needs to be understood. Yes, BB. I don't know what she wants. She just did a weird little scuffle like she was attacking something down the hallway, but I don't think there was anything there. So yeah, probably not gonna bring that back. But I am happy that I accomplished it and I got the info about the journaling stuff out because that did really help me. And one of the reasons that I make videos about stuff like that and reasons to return. What? I don't know where I was going with that. Um, one of the reasons that I make things like that is so I can see ways that I've coped in the past or systems that I've used in the past. And if I forget for some reason, I can go back and visit those and see what they did for me and see if either that's something that is viable for me now or in the future, it's something that can be modified to work for me. Be like, oh yeah, I used to do this, and I can implement it in my life this way. So that's one of the reasons why I do videos like the journaling stuff. Um, and I did start another channel because I wanted to do like commentary things. So it exists, but I haven't put anything on it because I haven't decided what I want to do with it yet. If I want to do anything at all. So yeah, the podcast probably won't come back. Um, the emotes are kind of scrapped. I mean, they still exist on Ko-fi, but I haven't done anything with them. I don't know if I don't know. I've been working kind of to make the cat ones cute and work with not having as much detail, not having that bold outline. And it hasn't been going necessarily the way that I want it to. So I don't know if I'm going to do that, if I'm going to keep on the emote train, or if I'm just going to switch and do overlays. Because for me, overlays are easier, they're cuter. Um, yes, princess. She's on a mission. See, I might do that. At the very least, I want to clean up the ones that are available on my channel, not the ones that are available for purchase. But I am proud that I did them, because I've never done cat stuff before. So there's that. All these projects are still like my first, like, Nemesis is my first like digital painting, but it's only like my fourth drawing ever. So I'm proud of myself for making significant progress in that. And the other project that, well, there's kind of two. One was to bring back merch, which might go, I don't know. I don't know if that can go on the Society 6 page or not. But I used to have the merch in my store, not just the barbarian shirts. Um, I used to have stuff that was like the Fallout font, like the green font of like in the corner when it says like Nick loved that or Valentine loved that, Valentine hated that. It's like that font and it's in brackets and it's green. I used to have those that were like on sweaters and shirts, and in the brackets it said average as fuck or everybody hated that. Things like that. And I wanted to bring that back last year when the whole Fallout show and everything was happening, but I just didn't get the time to do that. If I do, I will make those again because those were fun and cute. And I want a cropped hoodie that says average as fuck. I think that would be cute. And the last project that I remember that I scrapped this year was the Stardew Valley journal. It's not completely scrapped. I still have the files and everything, but I was working on a planner, a guide that you use when you play Stardew Valley. Um, Usually because I make one out of my notebook every time because I can't remember everything because I'll play for like 12 hours in one day and then I won't pick it up again for a week and I forget everything that I was working on and I start new goals on the same save and then I end up making a little bit of progress and the same thing happens and new goals and I never actually get finished with anything. Um, and plus like the mods, when 1.6 came out, the mods that do like um the scarecrow pattern wasn't really working, so that can also be in the guide of like how many squares a scarecrow covers. And like building section of like what sheds cost to build with Robin, how much wood, stone, hardwood, money, all of that. And I uploaded pictures of it when I was working on it on Snapchat and on Instagram, and I got multiple people who were interested and like, send me this when you get it done or whatever. And I ended up scrapping it because somebody in my real life at the time, when I told them about how excited I was about it, they said, "Nobody's gonna buy that. Is there even an audience for that anymore?" And as hard as I tried to fight that internally, because I knew the reason that I shared this piece of information was kind of like a test to the person to see if they were going to support me and the things that I wanted to do, or they were going to say something that like cut me down. And I did something with something that I didn't necessarily care about, so I didn't like talk about any stream ideas or anything like that. This journal was completely separate from everything that I have done. It was something that I wanted to make when I was like when I was like bedridden and all I could do was play cozy games. I wanted to make guides for my cozy games. Yeah. So I chose that as like a thing to share as like a test, and it backfired, and I fought because I was like, if it's not related to my streaming, if they criticize it, then I'm not gonna give it up. I'm still gonna fight through it. I'm still gonna do it. But internally, that avoidance in me just crushed everything, and I never picked it back up. So I would really like to, if it's not Stardew Valley, any game guide. If I made something shitty in 2025, that's some kind of game, some kind of guide for some kind of game that I play, I would be really happy with myself. I hate shitty people. And like I knew, like I said, I knew it was kind of like a test. Like when you first meet somebody and I forget like if there's like a name for it or whatever, but like if you tell them like tell them your middle name, and then you say like, I hate my middle name. My mom used to call it when she was angry at me or whatever. And then somewhere down the line, either they like nag you or tease you about the name, or when they're angry with you, they bring it up the first time. Like the first time you have like some kind of disagreement or something, they will bring up the name. So I've heard a lot of people give like fake names and give fake information to these people. I'm stuffy. Give like fake information to these people, so when they did that during like your first fight or whatever, it doesn't actually trigger the trauma that saying your name would. It just gives you the signal of like, oh yeah, that's a really shitty fucking person, because that's the thing that I told them that I never want to be told or never want to be called, and they did it. And a lot of manipulative people do this when you first meet them as a way to like get you to question yourself, because then you become more susceptible and more vulnerable to their further shit. So as I was like having this person not deciding if I wanted to ever speak to them again, I decided to tease this as like a thing that I was excited about and see if they decided to crush my excitation or if they decided to support it, and they decided to crush it. So we don't speak. So I would like to bring that back. I really would. I like having those kind of guides. And it was like a PDF too. So if you had it open on like a tablet or whatever, you could actually check the check boxes, or you can print it out as many times as you wanted to and check the boxes of like the things that you either did for the day, meeting someone's birthday, giving someone gifts, things like that that you want to check off as you play the game. It was like fully interactive. It was cool. I didn't. I'm not actually heated about it because, like I said, I didn't care enough about the to share it. But it was one thing when I was like in my cleaning frenzy this morning, thinking like reflecting over the year of things that I have accomplished and things that I've scrapped. That was one thing that was like, I knew it. like criticism in me that uh gets me to like delete things and uh pick myself apart and everything is like it's due to that fear of being seen. Because when you're like, again, when you're excited about something and then somebody shits on it or whatever, you have a fear of sharing it with other people for the fact that they might shit on you too. So, I don't know. Okay, and then I think the only other random thing that I had on here was the New Year's stream. I'll probably do one. Uh, yeah, it is next Wednesday. Next Wednesday. If I haven't dyed my hair by then, we'll dye my hair. I was thinking of doing some like how we're reflecting today, not having answers of like the things that you like the goals you want to hit, um, like your New Year's resolutions or whatever, don't necessarily have to be direct today, but if you know, and then you have like a week to mull on it, if you pull all those thoughts up and you know have a week to think about it, then when you do something on New Year's, your your resolutions and stuff are more guided. I guess if that makes sense. Like, I want to be more creative next year is different than like these are the actionable steps that I can take to have, you know, the level of creativity in my life that I want to have. And giving yourself that week of reflection, contemplation can help the resolutions be better. And then for like my stream on the first, we can do like resolutions, goals, and I don't know, maybe some witchy stuff. I normally do jars, like spell jars for the year. Mine are in the front. Could do some spell jars. Nothing against others. It's always positive things. Manifestation. I don't really. I don't manifest. Okay. So yeah, for the questions for scrap projects was what it was a project that you scrapped this year and why did it end up on the shelf? And I gave you multiple reasons why the ones I did ended up where they were. Did you learn anything from working on that project even if it didn't pan out? Yes. I learned not to share as um detailed of my goals, specifics of my goals. Which ones might you revisit in the future? Share a moment where you realized it was okay to let go of a project. And that's what I mean by the by scrapping the podcast. I'm not upset about it or anything. I think it's okay to let go of that because it was feeding an aspect of myself that I don't want to grow. So we're not going to feed it because I don't need to constantly be defending every little thing that I do because the things that I do and the choices that I make, even if other people witness them, it's not about them. So if somebody's like in your personal circle and you're not like as talkative or reaching out as much or anything, it's not necessarily something that has to be explained. Of like, yeah, I'm just focusing on my shit right now. It's got nothing to do with you. And what's something unexpected you end up working on instead of a scrapped idea? I guess technically. I don't know. Like, what would have happened if I didn't scrap those? Or when I did scrap those? I don't know. I kind of guess it just gave me more freedom with my streams. Because when I'd be playing a game and having fun and stuff, there'd be this nagging thing on my brain that I wanted to talk about. And so, well, getting all of that out, even if I scrapped it, gave me more opportunity, more openness to other things. Like I probably wouldn't have played Observation Duty. I probably wouldn't have played PGR. And I probably wouldn't have gone back to Alien Isolation. Had I not played Alien Isolation, we wouldn't have brought Spooky Sleepover back, which means we wouldn't have done Outlast or Resident Evil. So sometimes it's good to shift your focus. My talking content might come back. But if it doesn't, that's okay too. Outside of these like special holiday stuff, give a good info dump of everything that's happened in my brain in the last few months. I'm excited that I brought Spooky Sleepover back, and I think in the next year, even if I switch my streams to daytime, we'll still have Friday night Spooky Sleepover. It's the most fun. I would like to stand for more streams though, because back when I used to do those, the streams were better. I gotta figure out healthier ways to do that though, because the issue that I'm having with my body and one of the reasons I crashed so hard yesterday while cleaning and everything is because like my joints, because of like my hypermobility, they're not operating the way that they should. So like I can tell within a couple hours that I'm hyperextending my knee because I feel it being pulled. Like the back of my knee feels like I pulled a muscle. And I need to like build up the muscles for my knees to work properly. But in the old streams, I would just like have a stool, push through the pain, and then push through or drink through the pain. And like the streams were better, but I was in a really shitty state. Love and war is welcome. So a healthier way to like stand while I do my content would be great. My posture is also not great. It's something I've been working on. This year I've definitely be focused more on like my physical health and well-being as opposed to like my mental, because I've been working on my mental health situation since I basically left because I didn't feel like if I was uh I didn't feel like, because I was always like a mental health advocate and like doing charity stuff for like mental health organizations, and I felt like if I wasn't necessarily behaving the healthiest in my life, like with I knew my drinking was not good and things like that. It's like why how can I sit here on like a high horse and be like donate, go to therapy when like it wasn't doing things for me. So I've been on that journey for years and I finally got to a point that I am emotionally stable. Um I don't think I'm gonna be playing a game today. I mean, in a few hours, we'll see how I feel about that, but I don't think I'm gonna be playing a game today. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, so around this time, I will be playing Resident Evil 2, and then the day after that, I will be playing Silent Hill 2. But today we're just talking and recollecting, celebrating how far we've come. Enjoying enjoying fucking peace, man. Like I thought I was gonna be really maybe Christmas. I thought I was gonna be really messed up about like my holiday being alone, but one of the things I realized is like I was able to sleep as long as I wanted to. I didn't have to wake up feeling guilty that I'm late for something. I don't have to worry about the gifts that I got people or the gifts that they got me where I if I don't show enough appreciation, they're not going to be as nice or whatever. Like I don't typically do that. I don't know if that makes sense. Like when someone gets you a gift, even if I like if you got me a shirt and I absolutely loved it, I adored it, I wore it every fucking day after the situation. When you gave it to me, I'd be like, "Oh, cool." And then like people don't like that. Especially when you're like a child and stuff. Like one of the stories that I've told before is like one Christmas I was telling like multiple aunts and multiple people in my life what I wanted for Christmas, and I told them um told both sides because my dad has a sister and my mom has sisters. I told both of them that I wanted a Blue's Clues plush, like blue, this specific one. And one of them got it for me for the first Christmas that we went to, and then we went to the other family for the other Christmas. Another aunt got it for me, and I was like, I already have one of these. And I didn't mean it in like a mean way of like you fucked up. I just like was like now I have two. That's just a statement. There's nothing malicious about it. But because I didn't have like the oh my gosh, I wanted this so much reaction. Like it was a big fucking deal in my family that I had two of these things. And like sometimes still like if I were to go to Christmas, they'd probably still make fun of me for it. Of my reaction of like I already have this. Like so that's like when you're socially awkward or autistic or whatever and you don't perform the way that people expect you to perform, it is a huge pressure on you, especially when it's like friends, families that invited you because you can't be with your family, or like in-laws or soon to be in-laws or partners, parents, whatever you want to call it. There's like a pressure of like liking their gifts and having appropriate reactions, otherwise they're not going to invite you back. So not having to be pressured of that, not having to be pressured of following other people's traditions for Christmas or anything like that has was like a huge weight that I guess I knew was there, but I didn't like realize how intensely it bothered me until I was making my tea this morning and I'm like, there's no fucking expectation. Even if I don't show up for my stream today, even if I just fuck off for the whole day, like, okay. Nobody is going to be affected. But like by proxy, I'm not going to be affected. And it's so nice. And I thought it was going to be all boo-hoo and stuff like I was kind of last year. But last year I was in a much worse situation. This year I am sitting ready in my own apartment, which I guess since we're going through accomplishments, not just my streaming or creative accomplishments, although more drawings. Like I started my hand one last year. That was an accomplishment. Um, Getting my own place, getting on my own feet, not falling into another relationship pattern has been really nice. One calendar year without South Park, one calendar year without boyfriends or girlfriends. No partners. Correlation? I don't know. I don't think there's a correlation in me playing South Park, but maybe because the reason I played it initially was because my ex-husband recommended it. It's also why I started Skyrim though, so I guess let's not go down that. If I didn't do this, I would do this. Causation. And the only reason I haven't played them this year is because I finished them. I 100%ed them, so there's no more joy, no more dopamine there. Although there is a new South Park. 2025, maybe we'll do a new South Park and a new Fairy Tail. It'll be fun. Yeah. There was a lot of accomplishments for myself. And there were so many periods where I felt like I felt like I was gonna die, but it's not like when I was in bed physically ill and I felt like I was gonna die. That is a complete separate thing to like the mental health aspect of like doing something that you have never done before, so you have no record in the past of like, yeah, this will go fine, or this will go this way, or this will go that, like no timeline whatsoever. Like, I don't know if this is a trauma thing and it's gonna be used to diagnose something later, as my old streams have been. But I have this thing in my brain where if I can't like visualize what it is or have like a track record to like prove to myself, I like don't feel like it's going to happen. And that's what I mean by like it's just gonna stop, I guess. So like if I'm on an airplane or I'm going for a flight and I'm just going for a flight to Arizona to see my family. I know both possible airports that I go into. I know what to expect from the flight. I know how much the drive is going to be. I know what it feels like, what it imagines like all of that. I know what the system that I'm going into is like. I can picture it because I've been there. And I feel like, okay, I'll be fine, done this before, whatever. But if I get on a plane to a new place in which I have not been before, even if it's to see the same family, if I go to like a different airport, like if I fly into California instead of Las Vegas. Las Vegas is my favorite place to fly in because the system makes the most sense in that airport. Although Phoenix is closer, but Phoenix fucking sucks. Don't ever go to the Phoenix airport. It's always garbage. Um, no offense to anybody who works there. It's just a bad airport. Um, if I don't know what it's gonna like look like on the other side, I feel like I'm not gonna make it. Even though logically you have to do something has to happen. You have to like the plane has to go out of the sky, the plane has to land at the airport, or you know, there's only a couple options. So it feels like it's just gonna stop. I guess that's what I mean by it feels like you're gonna die. Like I'm gonna be alone on this holiday because I've never been alone on this holiday before. Like it feels like something is just gonna stop, something's gonna go wrong. Like it feels like eternally, like your nervous system feels like it's gonna die, so it does all of these like trauma behaviors to pull you into a cycle that is familiar to you. So if I don't think that I can accomplish this by myself, I know that in the past I have accomplished it with the help of, this kind of person or whatever. So my nervous system starts seeking out that kind of person. So I can accomplish a thing that I feel like if I accomplish on my own, I'm not going to be okay. And I've pushed through that feeling so many fucking times in the past year to get where I am and to have like an entire calendar year of me doing it completely on my own, to give myself a track record of not only like I can consistently take care of myself, pay my bills, show up for work, show up for my stream, all of that. And that has been such like a major factor of like who I am as a streamer, as a person, anything. It's been a huge accomplishment for me this year. And now every time that I am faced with that feeling, I'm like let's see what happens, like It gets to the point that you're like almost mocking the thing in your head, like, oh no, we're not gonna get there. Like, oh, what if we don't, you know? And it's a good thing. It's a breakthrough. I remember I had a breakthrough a couple years ago of like the criticism thing in my head can get really, really out of control when I'm in really unsupportive environments, I guess you would say. Uh, and like it, so the negative thought is not only not reassured by you, but it's not reassured by like your surrounding or anything. Like you're not the worst person or whatever. And so my brain would also, if I get like really super hungry and not in like I skipped a meal hungry, but like I have not been receiving adequate nutrition for the past few weeks kind of hungry. My brain will just be like, well, let's just get out of here, you know, let's just end it. And my breakthrough was like my brain started doing that and I was just like, can we not today? Like can we not do this? And like that was like a huge step in my mental, and like I stopped having those thoughts, those like I guess self-harming thoughts, even though I wasn't like acting in a self-harming way. You can still destroy your entire self-esteem with your own thought pattern, you know? And that stopped when I was able to just recognize it as something separate and just be like, can we not now? So like now when I'm about to face something that feels like, you know, like the plane is not going to land somewhere, I'm like, can we just not do this today? The plane has to land. Can we, like, what goes up must come down. It's gotta land. Brain, I don't want a brain right now. So yeah, that's a big one. And because of that, I feel like my personality's coming out a bit more. I just got it like on camera and stuff because I don't know, I'm weirder on camera. I'm more shut down, especially when I smoke, which is why I want to not do that. And it's okay because I like in recognizing things, I've come a long way because like looking at these Fallout streams from when I first started, I used to have like a post-it note kind of thing that I would put on the monitor so I could watch my OBS, but I would have like a thing over the camera because I couldn't look at myself on the camera. So we've come a long way. So I'm facing a giant screen that has my OBS on it. Because that's where my chat is. We've come a long way in that. But that's kind of why I'm never in frame in my old ones, because I couldn't see where the frame was. I wasn't watching myself live to see how things were going. Zero confidence in myself. I'm hoping to heal that. I have a lot more confidence in myself, but that part, like that traumatized part of myself obviously still exists. And it's not about necessarily one or the other. It's about like finding a balance to where neither of them affects you to a grand scale. Like if you become like grandiose on the opposite end and have all of the confidence, or if you're, you know, the opposite, both can affect you and like can affect your life in a negative way. So hoping to come more balanced with that. My brain and my nervous system just want me to be small. But me and my hopes and my creativity and everything cannot stay in this fucking shell anymore. I am claustrophobic as fuck, even though I'm in my own space that I paid too much for. Honestly, it's not too much. It's like it's reasonable price for my PP apartment. It used to just be the PP closet because the cat, or because the front closet over there kind of smells like cat pee. I thought it was just the front closet because every once in a while, if I'm just like chilling, the door will just open. Okay, none of the doors in this apartment where like the little hole is on the door frame, none of them like line up. So my bedroom door does shut, but you have to like shove it really hard. The closets, if you shove it doesn't. They don't latch, so it just pops back open. So it'll pop back open with a breeze, and then the whole apartment would smell like cat pee. And so I was spraying peroxide in the closet, and it got to the point where like the closet doesn't smell anymore, but every once in a while the apartment does. And I don't know. Obviously, it's not my cat because she is a girl. She is spayed. She doesn't spray. She has never peed outside of her litter box ever. She's been in a car with me for like 3+ hours where she was crying and I didn't know what she needed, so I wasn't able to give it to her. And then as soon as we got to where we were after the drive and I put down her like travel litter box, she everything. It was full. um so I know it's not her peeing outside of the litter box because she would let me know that there was a problem. So I know that it's in the apartment. And I thought that it was just like a cat, like a male cat, like spraying something, like a corner or their specific area, their space. So like I've been doing all the baseboards and everything, but I've only kind of deep cleaned some of the radiators because the radiators here are like the building's over 100 years old. So it's like over 100 years old, and the other parts of the apartment, like there's built-in drawers and shelving, and if I pull out the drawers, what goes underneath that hadn't been cleaned or vacuumed since literally the year I was born, because I pulled out a bunch of papers and stuff, and the oldest one was somebody's homework from 1993. So like the date on it was 1993. It was like first grade homework. So I know that this place is not being deep cleaned that often, and the radiators with like all the built up shit on them might have something in them. The reason I think this is I can't remember if it was like a Reddit that I saw or if it was a TikTok or something, but it was basically like one of those unethical life pro tips kind of thing. And that's why I think it might be Reddit, but it also could be TikTok and being like, I have a shitty landlord or, whatever. And someone joked to pee in the radiators because every time that the heat turned on, it would make the apartment or the house or whatever landlord thing that they were pissed off at would make them, it would make the whole place smell like pee. So after I read that, I was like, it's probably not the closet, it's probably the radiators. So now the whole apartment smells. It's like occasionally too. It's not all the time. So like sometimes I'll go down and get my mail and I'll come back up and it's just normal. And then sometimes I'll go down and I'll come back up and the whole place will smell like cat pee. Which is why I think it might be the radiators, because it's like periodic. It's either that or it's a breeze coming from like downstairs, because downstairs smells like that. Like the hallway or something. It smells like a really bad like litter box situation. So I have my little bottle of peroxide that I just keep refilling and misting all over the stuff because it's all hardwood, so I don't know how to clean it without completely damaging it worse. My floor is already like warpy, so but again, can't beat the price. So yeah, it's my PP apartment. I'm hoping one of my goals is to be more stable, because I do have a regular job that I don't show up to. I virtually show up to. I sit in this exact same spot and I show up. uh Even though I have that, I'm still an independent contractor and I make my own hours and everything. So times that I am busy, like um October and November, I spent most of my time cleaning my PP apartment, so I didn't make as much as I did in the month before that. And I would like to get to a point where I am more financially stable so I can move to a different apartment that's marginally more more expensive, marginally. Maybe around the same price point. That doesn't smell like BB. Chinese on Christmas? You do that? Well, I guess they don't celebrate Christmas, so they would be open. I don't know. I don't I don't understand Christmas. I mean, I do, but at the same time, humans are weird. Like, obviously, it was the pagans where you got like the tree and that, but how we just kind of decide, well, we're gonna every year we're gonna put up a tree, we're gonna put lights on it. That one of the things that got me on that train of thought was somebody posted a video. It was just like, I hope you have like a Merry Christmas, and it's something that ended up on like everybody's For You page of like a guy like it was not like a yo-yo, but it was something similar. But he was wearing a onesie of that like checkered pattern, and I have there's material that I have, but it's blocking the door right now because my door doesn't seal all the way, and I can like see the hallway, so I put up blankets and stuff to block it out and block some of the sound. But it's that red and black flannel, but it's not, it doesn't have to be flannel. It can be any material as long as it has like the flannel pattern. Like the one I have is like for pajama pants, and it's probably similar to what he was wearing. But even though it's not like a said Christmas thing, like how we all have collectively agreed on the whole Santa deal, it's not like we're all like, oh yeah, we're gonna wear this red flannel and we're all gonna get matching red flannel Christmas. Like it's just something that kind of happened, I guess, with marketing. It's not specific to a specific store. Like, oh, Target always does these, red flannel themed things, and I think it's just it probably kind of it's like cute and weird. Like if you were not a human and you were watching like a nature documentary of humans, and you're like, yeah, they just decided as like part of their Christmas stuff that everybody's gonna be wearing this specific flannel for Christmas. Like, oh, when a penguin likes another penguin and they want to be penguin pals, they give each other a stone or something. When a human finds a human that they like, they get a piece of metal. And at Christmas, they will get red flannel pajamas. It has to be red though, otherwise it's not Christmas pajamas. Who decided this? And like, if you didn't wear them or you wore a different color, nobody would tell you that you're wrong, but the majority of people would probably tell you that you're not Christmas or you're not Christmassy because you're wearing green flannel instead of the classic red. It's weird. It's weird human things. Just like objectively. So not much left. Oud grape juice. Which, speaking of that, one of our other categories was Christmas traditions. What's your favorite Christmas memory, if you have one? All of my Christmas memories are pain. Just kidding. Probably the Christmas memories that are my favorite are the ones that like my brothers were actually there, which rarely happened because a lot of family shit. It's like it's immature shit, and I don't know how to say it vaguely yet. Let's say my brothers do not have the same mom. We share a dad. And my mama that I talk about all the time is my dad's mom. So we would go to her house, and that's the ones that would have my brothers at sometimes. First few years of my life, I think we had that. Um, but because of, say, immature competition between the families, one sided competition, we'll say, uh, it was always trying to keep them out of my life. I didn't get much of a choice in that relationship. And I don't know, there's a lot. Like I think there's only two siblings because there were two from the other. So like the only reason you exist is to like one up a different part of the family, which is not a good reason to bring a kid into the world. They will feel unwanted. Their purpose is to be better than, which is silly. So yeah, any Christmas that I got to actually spend with my brothers was my favorite. Me and my brother, my the younger of the two, but they're both my older brothers. I got along with him really well, and we would roughhouse and stuff, and get in trouble with my grandma. And my grandma used to have a chair, kind of isn't the same style as my ugly green chair, like in that it was like a 70s kind of style, but it was like instead of going like from the back down to the arms, it would go like out to the arms, so you'd like sit. It was round, and my brother was running from me at one point, and because he did something like I think he grabbed me and threw me on the dining room table before my grandma had like set it for like dinner, and I climbed off the table because we got yelled at, and I ran towards him, and he like flopped into the chair that my grandma had, and it flipped backwards, and he went into the tree. He was fine. Everything was fine. Nothing broke, but it was funny. That was probably my favorite memory. But I don't have many memories with my brother because of the fucking the life we have lived. And then if you could create one Christmas tradition for yourself, what would it be? So that's one that I've been hung up on for a while. I don't know. Because I don't think we had very many Christmas traditions growing up because we didn't have like money for Christmases. But we would always have cinnamon rolls and hot chocolate on Christmas morning when we woke up. And me being allergic to chocolate for most of my life, I'd probably have hot tea most of the time. And when we were really young, like in between when I would spend the Christmas with my brothers and then like being a teenager, those middle years, we're in a place that had a potbelly stove as a heater, which was fucking miserable, especially if you were in the same side of the house as the fucking heater. Because I did not sleep for like all winter because of that. I told them it was too hot. They did not believe me because it didn't get to like the back of the house. Oh, it was a pain. But the Potbelly stove had those things on the top. They're like burners, and you flip the metal piece, and instead of like being a closed lid, it becomes like a burner that you can put a pan on. And we would make the hot chocolate that way, and sometimes grilled cheese, which was good. But like for myself, I don't still do that. Obviously, I don't make cinnamon rolls because making gluten-free cinnamon rolls just for myself to have on Christmas morning would be a lot of fucking work that wasn't fucking necessary. Like a hand making some cinnamon rolls, I don't think so. I could do it, but to just do it for myself for the sake of holding up a tradition of people that I am not around, I'm good. I'm so good. But my Christmas tradition for myself that I keep is streaming, obviously. I stream every Christmas. And I have bubbly, some kind of juice. Well, now I do juice. I obviously used to drink. And I would always have like a blunt on holidays, but now if I tried to smoke a blunt, I would probably be out of commission for 5 to 7 business days. Did you know weed is really strong now? I have been floored. I was thinking like about that recently because I went to the dispensary a couple days ago, and I had to go to the pharmacy, pick up my ADHD medication, and then go to which way are my bangs? This way. um, and then go to the dispensary, and I picked up some marijuanas for as my Christmas present to myself. Besides the hair dye, that was also a Christmas present to myself. But don't girl math, they're different, and it didn't cost me extra money. Okay. Girl math is a gift, so it is $0. Um, and I was standing there waiting for my Uber after I have weed and Vyvanse in my hands, and I'm like, if you would have told 21-year-old me that this would be this simple and everything, like in the future, because like when I was 21, I didn't know I had ADHD, and I didn't know until I read my psych notes that it was even a possibility for me at the time. But somehow somebody gave me some Adderall. Like one of my friends gave me some for certain days in college. The first time when I was having a rough time with like dance and everything, it was one of my dance friends, and then later it was somebody else. And for the longest time, like people would ask me, like, well, when you have done shrooms or anything else, people ask you like what it's like. People would say like, I've never done Adderall. Like, what do you like? What is it like? And I would tell them like, when you take it, you want to like suddenly you feel capable of like fixing your fucking life, cleaning your fucking house, all those things that you've been meaning to do. And I didn't realize that that's not a typical experience. That is somebody who needs the medication taking the medication, you know what I mean? So when people are recreationally taking Adderall, they're not trying to fix their lives. So I would take that, and obviously I would smoke. So doing both of those things was very highly illegal in the same like state that I'm in now. Um, Very illegal because it wasn't just weed, which was decriminalized at the time, but it still end up with a charge. But like getting prescription medication like that actually would help and everything was either a super long, process to do it legally, or very quick process and quick and sketchy and scary process to do it that way. And not like I went out and got them. I was things would just appear in my house, and I would take them. But knowing what had to be done to get them to that point versus what I have to do now, which is just like beep beep an Uber, go pick up my substances of choice legally, and then just go home, and there's no issues whatsoever. That would have blown my mind at 21 years old. I don't even think we had maybe Colorado at that point was legal. But I honestly didn't think Ohio was going to in the next 5 years or whatever when I left, and they did. in that time. So I didn't come back here for it, but the fact that it is legal is it's not a perk, you know? I'm not mad about it. I'm not upset about it. But yeah, you would have told me years ago that that was gonna be that simple for me. I don't know if I would have like tried so hard back then, you know what I mean? Tried so hard to get things back then. I mean, in a few years, I'll just be able to go get it. Let's just wait it out. Let the apartment go to filth. In a few years, I'll be able to clean it. So I'll finally get them. Oh, I also had a really great experience at the dispensary though, because I didn't know what it was gonna be like. Because I've been to a few places. I've bought weed in California, Nevada. I didn't buy it in Arizona. I also didn't bring it over from Nevada. That never happened. Because Arizona was medical and I couldn't get it. I wasn't there long enough. Um, but I've been to a few dispensaries and I didn't know what I was doing, even when I showed up. And apparently, you don't go in the front door. There was like, it was like blocked off, but there was like banners and stuff for the back. So I just followed there, and then I didn't know like where I was supposed to go in and whatever. So I just followed somebody, which is like what I do if I don't know what I'm doing in life, which is it's masking. It's just how I masked for so long. But like I walked in and the lady was asking like if I had an order or whatever and took my ID and she had purple hair and she was like, "I absolutely love your makeup." She was talking because I had the makeup I usually do though, which is like yellow, and then I have like obviously my eyebrow done because I was testing my color. And I was wearing that and then I was wearing my black leather jacket with yellow and white on it and so it's this yellow and she's like, "I absolutely love your makeup." Like she was getting like she was really excited about it. She's like, "No, like you don't understand. Like I love your makeup." And I was like, "Oh my gosh, thank you." And like we had a little talk about it. And then when I went back to buy, I tried to use the card that I get paid in euros and it didn't go through because it was an ATM situation because they ask you if you're going to pay in cash or if you're going to use your card. And so I used my card, but all they did was like do an ATM transaction at the register, which is different fees than using your card. But I didn't know if it was gonna work, and I said because it was in euro, and like the girl was asking me why do you have that? Like, and I told her because I work for a company, I work remotely for a company in Rome, and she asked what I did, and I told her like I'm an AI trainer, like I work in AI. And she's like, "Oh my gosh, that is so cool. You are so smart." And she was just like absolutely like blown away. And I was just like, I don't know. I have hard times with those because like I'm just me doing me things. I don't think I'm doing anything impressive. And then when I see like somebody else's perspective on the situation, I'm like, "Oh, that's kind of cool. I guess I didn't think about it like that." It's cool that people think that this is a cool thing to do and not just the brain numbing shit that I do. It's brain numbing because it's repetitive and it's my brain is struggling with it. But nevertheless, what's a tradition you've seen or heard about that you'd love to try? By the way, anybody else can answer these questions too. I'm just doing it for the sake of yapping and thinking because I like to externally process things. And actually, one of the reasons I've been doing better uh, with like getting all of my shit done in the way that I need to because with ADHD planning and stuff is not easy. Um, it's like I've been doing a video journal like every day, which requires me to be on camera, so it helps that. But I also get to verbally process my situation, which like I have a hard time. Like when people ask me like on stream, like how was your day, like what happened, like how was your week, and I can't really recall the events that happened like before. It's because I haven't really like processed it, and I do that usually verbally, like with somebody that, you know, is in my life. Like after you go to a doctor, you talk to a friend about it or something. And I haven't been doing that, so I do it on camera for a video journal. That's just for me. And it works. And I've tried multiple types of journaling. Go back to the journaling video on my YouTube channel. It's just sometimes when my brain is going really fast, I have a really difficult time sitting and like writing things because my brain goes faster than my hand can write, and it gets to be a really frustrating situation. So it's easier to just like talk it out sometimes than it is to like write it or type it out. Plus, like it can get like cyclical and cause like rumination with writing it out because by the time I have written the entire sentence of my thought, the thought has looped 2 or 3 times to get there. So it's usually easier to just speak it out. And that's how I have like a lot of actual breakthroughs, because I'll say something and then be like, oh, wait, wait a minute. That's different. But yeah, Christmas traditions, I don't know if I know of any that I would like to try. I don't know. I was gonna say I like those. They're not like white elephant things. Not Secret Santa, but not White Elephant, but kind of. It's just silliness. Low pressure gifts. I like those. I've tried them before, so it's not like I would love to try. I just don't really have people to do that kind of thing with. Another tradition that I would like to have, I guess, is I used to, like, me and my sister would go look at lights every Christmas. And like go drive around the neighborhoods and see like different light shows and stuff. There used to be one close to where I was in PA that had like a whole neighborhood that was like internet famous. So you had to wait in this long line and like go through, and we did that. But like since the pandemic, pretty much nobody is it was already pretty sparse of who would decorate for Christmas or not. But I feel like it's gotten worse since then. And it's difficult to find multiple places that have neat lights. So it's like a lot of driving for not a lot of payoff, and like because I have to pay for that kind of thing, like driving, I would have to pay for some kind of ride or rent something or something like that. It's just not worth it. I would love to do more light stuff. I would like to put up a fucking Christmas tree. I don't know if you noticed or not. I do not have a fucking Christmas tree. I thought about buying one, but by the time I thought about it and like the purchase would have gone through and I would have gotten it, it would have been like up for a couple days maybe. And I just didn't think it was worth it. I don't know what happened to my other one. I don't know if it got thrown away, if it got broken, or if I accidentally left it behind. I don't think I will, and I don't bother. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So it'll have to be a year that I get really excited about Christmas, like in September for some reason, and then maybe I'll buy one. I don't. I don't actually have a Christmas tree. My ornaments are hung onto my metal shelves. I don't have a tree. I got rid of a lot of my ornaments too that didn't really fit me. So I only have the ones pretty much that my grandma gave me growing up. So I have like the entire granddaughter collection from Hallmark, and then I have some bulbs that I got at Kmart before it closed. That was my sale item. One of my sale items the year that Kmart closed was the blue balls. Not the purple ones came from the dollar store, but the blue ones that are sparkly. Because at the time I had a white Christmas tree with blue decorations. And I had a white Christmas tree with Nightmare Before Christmas decorations, and I only did that because I had a collection of those ornaments. But I don't. Well, I have some of them. If you want some Night Before Christmas ornaments, they are on sale on Poshmark. What's left of them, anyways. I sold the more valuable ones so I could get some clothes and stuff. Favorite Christmas movies, songs, or activities for the holidays? Um, Bah humbug. I don't like Christmas movies. Christmas songs are okay in moderation. The reason that I hate Christmas songs is because I worked retail at Macy's for I don't know how many years. For Black Friday through the Christmas holiday. And I wasn't just Macy's. I worked multiple jobs through Black Friday. And God, they really love that Mariah Carey one and that Ariana Grande one. Yeah, it's a lot. So I don't like songs. The reason I don't like Christmas movies is because I would be forced to watch them every year as one of our traditions. And like not a lot of our traditions were picked out by me. None of them were. Nobody wanted to do what I wanted to do, but I had to do what everybody else wanted to do. So I've seen A Christmas Story. That's the worst one for me. I don't like Christmas Story. Um, National Lampoons I can get through. I like those, and that's mostly because there's more than just the Christmas one, and those were movies that I would watch with my dad and stuff when we were younger, and laugh about the dysfunctional family. uh, yeah, I don't revisit those. But the activity sometimes I look at lights. I don't know. This year I didn't do anything. I didn't buy any gifts. I got a microwave, guys. I finally have a microwave. I got a microwave as a Christmas gift. Oh, the Pooh Christmas specials. I don't know those ones. I would have to watch those. Oh, one of my favorites is the Beauty and the Beast one. The Beauty and the Beast, The Enchanted Christmas. That's one of the best Christmas uh holiday movies. I think it's personally I think it's better. It might be better than the Beauty and the Beast movie. Probably because it's less about Stockholm syndrome. But Tim Curry is in it as the pipe organ, and the music in it is better than most of the songs from the original. That's my favorite one. It's one of my favorite movies. I did watch it this year. I watched it a few weeks ago. I was working and I was watching some classic Disney movies, and I was like, I have to watch this one. I still hold by that. The animation is better too. I don't know why, but it's like significantly different, even though it's Belle. It's good. I'm like, I don't know, the whole Beauty and the Beast thing. It's not like the popular thing, oh, it's a bestiality or whatever. It's the, like, he's a dick, but I can change him, so that means I love him unconditionally. I guess there's like a representation of unconditional love that I feel. Uh, ugh. About? I don't have words for that. Like, yeah, I watched a lot of the originals. And like some of them are bad, some of them aren't as bad as I remembered. I love Sleeping Beauty. That's one of the reasons why the cat is named what she is. Aurora, the princess. Um, she in the movie is going around singing like I I know you, I've met you once upon a dream or whatever. And then this adult man shows up and is talking to her. And she's like, "Yeah, but you're a stranger." And he's like, "But I've met you once upon a dream." Manipulation. Manipulation is fuck. So I don't really blame her for that one. Not that I'm like victim blaming people, but Ariel from Little Mermaid. That's not one I rewatched, but it's one that I have rewatched in the past couple years. But she meets Eric, and then like a day or two later or something like that, like wants to marry him. But dad, and one of the things she says in one of the most popular songs, what is it? Is it Part of Your World? Is that somewhere? Yeah. I bet on land they understand. I bet they don't reprimand their daughters. Because he said, "I didn't want you marrying a strange grown man." She's like, "I bet on land they don't reprimand." That one always fucks me up. Like, yes, love. If we were on land, this would be a worse situation, and the only reason you're getting away with it is because you're part fish. Especially if he's like a prince. Although is it clear whether or not Eric is a prince? I know they call him Prince Eric because she's a princess. She's a Disney princess. Her dad is the king of oceans, water. I almost said king of the underworld. That's not right. That's not the underworld. Her father's a king. That makes her a princess. Uh, but they say prince, but he's like wealthy. He's in this like big mansion that has the servants and stuff, and it's implied, I guess, that he's nobility. I don't know. Guess I gotta rewatch it. Guess I gotta go down that hole to figure out where Prince Eric came from. My toilet just started running. Oh, better catch it. Someone was thinking it. I heard it. The question, the final question for the Christmas section: if someone's spending Christmas alone, what's something you suggest to make the day feel special? To be present with yourself. If you spend your days, I know this from experience. I don't know this. I'm not saying this from a judgy point of view. I'm saying this as something I have learned as someone who goes through it. If you're going through something alone and you're not sure how you feel about it or you're feeling bad about it, don't get wicked high. Don't spend your day scrolling on TikTok. Don't spend your day like numbing yourself out with content, with alcohol, anything. Spend some time being present with yourself. When it's picking a movie that you really like, or music that you really like, or like for me, one of my sacred things in any of my days is my tea, making my tea. That's the moment where I really like, I guess, come back to myself every day. Like when I wake up and I struggle really bad to wake up. And it's difficult for me to transition from the sleep to the awake world. And I don't know how I'm going to feel about my day yet. Like today, I didn't know how I was going to feel about being alone. But once I got to the point where I was like making my tea, and I was like, I don't have to like worry about a thing. I don't have to worry about anybody else's opinion today. I don't have to worry about what I'm going to do today. It's my fucking holiday. So I picked something that I wanted to do. Just sit here and yap. You know, it might be making a bath. A simmer pot. I tried that recently. That was really nice. It was before I got my wax to make that apartment smell good. I was struggling because I didn't want to buy anything, but I wanted my apartment to smell better. And it wasn't because it was smelling bad. This was before the pee-pee problem got intensified. It was just like, I don't know, when you're sitting in your place, sometimes putting like incense on or some oils or something makes it smell better, but I didn't have like anything with me. All of my stuff had run out. So I put water, cinnamon, nutmeg, and something else. It was before I got like the clove and stuff. But like those in a pot of water on the stove and boiled it for a little bit. And it makes the whole apartment smell like Christmas. And that's a good thing to do alone. Make your apartment smell good. Even if you don't want to spend time cooking, you can make it smell like you did. Trick your brain. But also not getting hung up on being alone for anything. There is not something inherently wrong with anybody who doesn't want to spend a holiday at a big gathering, a small gathering, any kind of uncomfortability. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want your day to be just yours, you can do that. That is perfectly acceptable. You're not an outcast from society or anything else. You're just you. I've never been a big holiday person because I don't fundamentally believe in like practicing certain things in order to like look a certain way or make other people feel better. So like having to go somewhere on Christmas because other people will be disappointed that you didn't. I don't believe in that. And like I don't think that inherently means more than like if I just go see somebody that I want to see on a regular fucking day. I don't think it means more that we spent Christmas together. I think it means more that I wanted to be with you and I was with you. And so the forced aspect of fucking traditional holidays, it's not like the holiday itself, it's like the societal constraints and all of that around how we celebrate holidays. You have to do things a certain way. You have to watch specific things. You have to listen to specific things. And if you don't, then you're ruining somebody else's day or some shit like that. The only person's day you should be able to ruin is your own, and it should take effort. If you want to. It's not going to be something as simple as, like, I had to do something that I didn't want to do. Or somebody else did something that I didn't want them to do. So now my day is ruined. It's not a big deal. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. But also, nothing matters. Nothing matters as in I don't have to act a certain way, but also nothing matters that you can act any way that you would like to act. You can do anything that you would like to do. So remember, we have free will for a second. I don't know why. Those are my favorite TikToks. So, like, the one specifically is like I just remembered that I had free will and like they just decided to like stand on top of a chair and then they just threw a smoothie cup at the wall. Like random shit. I like that. Yeah. And then the other section I had of questions for was revisiting the past year, which I feel like I already covered some of these, even though I didn't get the ones that were noted. Oh, what's something you tried this year that's new that you tried this year that surprised you? Uh, mine's probably K-pop. What's something new that you tried? I feel like a lot of people would probably like give them food or I don't know, a genre of book. I decided to give K-pop a chance. Well, I decided to give Stray Kids a chance, and now I can't stop listening to Stray Kids. So there's that. It impacted way more than I thought it would. Initially, I was being fed videos of specifically Felix dancing, and I don't know why this was or why it pinged in the algorithm of the way that it did because I have never. First of all, I don't typically listen to music on YouTube because like a lot of the older songs that I listen to, say like 90s 2000 songs, if you listen to like the music video, it has some kind of other sounds on it. Like there's a lead up to the song or something, like it was a whole production. And like when you're making a playlist and everything, you want to listen to the songs, you don't want to hear that shit. So that's why I didn't initially. Um so like that, and I've no history with K-pop whatsoever. I've never been into it. Not that like I thought it was bad, but it was just something that I didn't seek out because I didn't there wasn't interest there. It didn't specifically get me, but the more dancing videos that I watched, the more that it kept showing me more things about like their personalities and stuff. And then it was right before I was about to move here, the music started coming up and I was like, I don't want to like outside of the dance that I saw over and over again on the dancing reels or TikToks or whatever you want to call them. I didn't want to listen to the music because I didn't want to. I pair my music like kind of like my hair. I pair my music to certain periods of my life. So if it's been a long time since I listened to that thing, it brings me back to the part of my life where I was listening to it on loop, basically. So like if I listen to like Panic at the Disco, like first couple albums, it brings me back to like being in high school and making my own clothes and all of that because I would stay up all night listening to Panic at the Disco while sewing and making my own clothes. um, and the Paramore album, is it Hard Times? Is that the album? Oh, the album's After Laughter. Um, that came out a couple months before I went to the beach for the first time. Like I saw the ocean for the first time, and I specifically had it downloaded but did not listen to it because I was going to listen to it on this trip. So now anytime I listen to that album, I think of the beach that I went to and the trip that I went on, and it was actually a really good association. So when I was in the last place, I didn't want to associate when I listened to Stray Kids as that. So I kept putting it off and kept putting it off. And then when I was in the U-Haul truck driving here, I was finally like, you know what? And it was like right as I was packing too. So I started listening to them a lot. And then I went a couple months without it. And then when I picked it back up again, it reminded me of the drive. Even though it had only been a couple months, it reminded me of the drive here and how I felt in those moments. And now that I'm listening to it on loop here, once my brain finally tires out of the obsession or the hyperfixation, it'll be something that'll stay in like my Spotify or my reservoir or whatever. So when it comes on later, it'll remind me of this apartment and like this part of my life where I finally got onto like my own feet and everything. So I associate my music to specific things, and that just came into my life at like the most opportune moment, and has allowed me to like get excited about something because they're dropping music now, like releasing music now. Um, and the dances, like I like them. The sometimes the movements that people do in like group situations like that don't fit the songs in like the way that I feel because I grew up as a dancer. I danced for like 20 some years. Um and I don't feel like it fits. But with Stray Kids, I felt like their choreography is very unique into their songs, and like kind of makes sense to their music. So like has gotten me inspired about like dance again, which gets me inspired about like music again, which gets me inspired about like any type of art that I make again. So it was a lot that like I wasn't expecting at all from just listening to some Stray Kids songs. And it's not like I had heard anything bad about them. I hadn't heard anything at all because I was not in that scope. But YouTube was like, let's see what happens. So they just kept putting it out there, and I just took the fucking bait. But I'm glad. I'm glad. It is also like inspired. I've talked about how like I wanted to dress and how I style myself a little better is giving me something to like look up to that way. That's not, I don't know, not just specifically like I don't know. Like if I look up typically when you look at like fashion advice or whatever, it shows you people like either internet celebrities or regular celebrities that are either your age or just older than you, that like how they dress and stuff, and the style for like women over being like teenager pretty much is all this very similar, and it's all pretty fucking boring and very not me. It's very like I don't know, pretentious. So having something that I can look at that's like a fun style that's different, I really liked that as well. So it has inspired me on so many different levels that I did not think it would. Do I understand the stands yet? Not quite. Not quite. But I think there's a cultural aspect to a part of the fan thing that has to do with Korea and everything. So I don't think I will understand that to a certain degree. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay. I'm okay just being on like not necessarily the periphery. I'm in it a little bit, but I am just not floor seats. Not literally, but also not figuratively. Because those concerts are expensive as fuck, and I don't think I will ever find myself at one. I hear they're really good though. Like K-pop concerts in general are really good. Um, yeah, what's a moment or project you're especially proud of from this year? I've talked about that. Like I said, the moment that I was the most proud of was overcoming all of the times that I didn't think things would like I felt like I was gonna die. Like this is just not gonna come through. And now I am here, alive. A funny or unexpected thing that happened to you on stream in the past year? Do we have anything for that? I don't know. Has anything happened on stream in the past year that I didn't think it would? I guess in game I blew that guy off the cliff in Skyrim. That was good. Cat always shows her butthole. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, I don't have a specific one for that. It's something that happened on stream. If I have I ever done that? I think it's pretty much my goal in streams to just not end up on a Reddit for stream fails. That's the bar. And I think we've stayed above the bar because nobody has flocked down. I guess getting a start a Reddit. No. Just gonna be a Reddit of my fails. Oh, we don't want that. But I mean exposure. I did have that raid that wasn't expected recently. That was nice. I don't remember the person. Blair. What's that? I did end up following her days later, and I checked out her stuff. Well, I was watching a stream while she was live. I didn't necessarily deep dive, but yeah, Blair the Bear X. Spelled how you would expect. Seems like a nice person. Very happy about that. I haven't like raided or did raids or anything. Ugh. I just saw somebody that I used to have blocked. I went through and unblocked her because I was like, I won't see them as long as they don't invade my space. I'm fine. But front page. Love that. I stream in a few days. Oh, nice. That'll be fun. Good time. But yeah, not this year specifically. Have I had something? Go wrong? I mean, like, my cat tries to show her butthole every time, but I think that's pretty par for the course. I think we're staying above the bar. So I don't end up on Reddit. I'm glad. I'm glad that there's no traumatizing stories. At least. At least I have that. Catch her some extra cash. I told her to keep it behind the paywall, but I'm kidding. I don't sell pictures of my cats behind a paywall. My cat. I don't have more than one cat. Well, I mean, I guess in theory. In the entendre way. I don't do that either. Still get fucking creeped on as of a couple days ago. That is commitment like I have never seen. Like over a calendar year. Every 2 weeks. Without fail. But I mean, I guess I'd be obsessed with me too. I am pretty great. And I thought bringing attention to it would do something. It did not. It did nothing. Sometimes it only makes it worse. Just fucking annoying. I could figure out like an IP ban or something, but that is putting energy into a problem that I did not create and does not necessarily affect me on a level besides every few weeks. I don't sit ruminating about it. I just feel like it would be nice to not every 2 weeks, you know? That's about it. But not the first person to follow me around, will not be the last person to follow me around. I don't know. What are you waiting for? Something amazing, I guess. Me too, kid. Kidding. That's from The Incredibles, I think. Something amazing, I guess. Dude. I don't know if you've been hearing it, but for the past like half hour, she's just snoring away. If you could give past you from January one piece of advice, what would it be? Get out sooner. Run away. Run away and never return. just like just movies. That was Lion King. A lot of what I say, especially if I say it in a weird voice or whatever, is a call to something. And I'd say a solid 75% of the time it's The Simpsons. Yeah. Get up sooner. You can do it. You're better than this. Favorite game I played this year and why? Let's see the list. What's the favorite game? What's your favorite game you played this year and why? To read the question out instead of just answering it. That's hard. That's hard. Alien, I think. I think Alien Isolation is my favorite this year. And why is because um it kind of proved to myself that the horror business, not business, like I could do it. You know, like I used to, like one of my best streams was Amnesia, and then it was shortly after that that I got my situation got too bad, and I decided to stop streaming. Um, and like I did Dead Space and all of that, but a lot of the games that I played, a lot of the things around that time, I didn't have like a full comprehension of, so I was just kind of like doing the steps. And with certain games, if you just do them, then you get through the story. I think Dead Space is one of those. Doesn't take a lot of problem solving, puzzle solving, that kind of thing. So Alien had more of that with the scary factor that I hadn't had for a while because we were playing Fallout prior to that. And it kind of proved to me that I could do the games. I can play them and not be terrible, and I can do the spooky sleepover without my heart being too bad, which hasn't been a factor in months. So yeah, if I had to put it on one, I think it'd be on Alien Isolation. That and like I think the story was better than Outlast, but Outlast was still really good. And Resident Evil 1 was really good. And Observation Duty was great for different reasons. What are the categories? It's hard to pick just one, but I'll pick the one that caused a shift in my content, which was to shift back to horror. But before that, I think my best days were like Monday afternoons with Skyrim or Fallout. But now, since Monday is one of my main work days, I don't stream that day. Yeah. And Bioshock was good, but I don't know. It's not as good. It's not as good. Alien Isolation was like, it was new. So, like, one, I'd never played it before, but I didn't know anything about it. But also, like, the puzzles and stuff were brand new. They weren't similar to things that I'd done before, so it was new for the brain. And I'm glad I did it. And now I will keep my spooky sleepover as a significant part of my channel. I don't know if it'll be everything, like if I'll just continue doing spooky things on Thursday and Friday or not. I would like to branch out, but I'd like to branch out in a bunch of different ways. You gotta pick one at a time. Yeah. I've learned a fucking lot this year. Not so much. I'm just gonna pee again. I'll be back. This one. Wee. You'd be in full shenanigan mode by GTA. I have no doubts I'd be in full shenanigan mode GTA. I have one, don't I? Didn't we do this before? Oh, I don't know my password. Epic logged me out. I have been betrayed. Authenticate. How is it on the right app? Yeah, that's correct. It's not correct. I just don't want to update things right now. Confirm. Preparing. Yes, I have Grand Theft Auto 5 on Epic. Monday morning drug deals, anyone? Kidding. Kidding, but maybe, you know? Maybe. But yeah, there's been a lot of lessons this year, a lot of stuff. I learned how to take care of myself again from the bottom up. I've been learning how to, not that this is relevant to this audience here, I have any interest in it, but I've been learning to track my cycle to help with my like consistent eating and consistent rest, because it's all related. You scare yourself? You're okay. Just startled for some reason. That's made a huge impact. Oh, something that made a huge impact that doesn't have anything to do with like mental situation. It's been about 5 or 6 months. I started taking methylated folate, which like I've taken vitamins pretty much my entire life because I've always been deficient because I don't absorb the vitamins and nutrients that typical people would from my diet. And sometimes the vitamins I can't digest either. So I started methylated folate, and it was just one of those things. It was like I saw it everywhere, and I was like, you know what? I've taken folic acid supplements basically my entire life, and I have felt like a marginal difference. So I mean, if I try this and it's the same thing, then it's like no harm, no foul. It's just again a marginal difference, and it made such a huge difference and impact in my life. Like my energy was more stable. It wasn't perfect. It's not like miracle fix everything, but my energy was more stable. My like waking and like my executive dysfunction that you know, you just get stuck sitting somewhere and you're like, man, I really need to do the dishes. I hate that I'm not doing the dishes. I want to just do the fucking dishes, but you can't get up and do the dishes. the folic acid helps a lot with that, with the executive functions and stuff of the brain. Um, my hair has been so much healthier, aside from the bleaching. My natural hair has been a lot healthier and fuller. It's just like the bleach parts. It didn't get like fried off here. It's just they were dry, so I like cut my like the hair around my face in a way that like frames my face better when I have it like up and stuff. That's not, it wasn't fried off, but it was close. But like my actual natural hair has been so much better. My nails, like, I mean, the paint is chipped on them because I've been cleaning, but my nails used to like split and like come off in like sheets. I could just like put my thumb in there and just like take off like a full layer of my fingernail. That's how it's always been. My fingernails were always soft. I could just basically like, instead of cutting them or whatever, I could just like take them off like you would with a baby. You just like push your thumb into like a baby's like fingernail or whatever to trim them, and you can trim them that way. It's probably not the best way, but I've seen people do it. Like if a baby has like a snag or something, instead of scratching themselves, they can her and her butthole, man. They can just take off, they just tear off basically because they're baby. They don't have like structures yet. But my nails are actually strong now, like they have substance to them. She's a star. um yeah, that made a huge difference. And so when my like B12 medication or supplement ran out recently, I decided to get a methylated B12 to see if that made a difference, because I was taking like a complex B12 and I wasn't really feeling anything from it. Like marginal difference. The most impactful difference, most noticeable difference was like my pee was bright yellow. Like you pee out most of the B vitamins that you don't absorb. So, oh, and taking the taking the methylated folate also, I absorb iron better, so that doesn't just go right through me. Like I actually notice a difference from my iron supplement, which helps a lot with like the sleepiness, because I have been chronically anemic my whole life. I mean, if you can't tell from the pale skin, I have been chronically anemic. And I haven't had any issues with that or anything. But I started taking methylated B12, and for the first like week or so, I've been taking like 2 a day, and then I'm gonna go to 1. But I have seen a drastic difference in just like 5 days. Like with the folate, I waited months before I said anything because I wanted to like know that it wasn't placebo. But within a couple of days of taking the B12, like I actually get hunger cues again. Like for the longest time, I spoke about it too. Like I said, I don't get hungry. Like I just get super sleepy because of like my ADHD medication requires energy to keep me focused or whatever. So when I start running out of like food, I get really sleepy. I can't focus. So that's when I would eat. But now, like, my stomach actually growls again. Within the first day or two, my stomach was growling for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So I had 3 specific meals, and I've been able to keep that up for like a week now because of the B12. So if you have issues like that and you're like, I kind of want to try it, I would recommend it, because if you're like getting marginally different from taking other vitamins or whatever, what's the difference, really? They're not specifically more expensive. The methylated folate that I get from Amazon is like $10 for I think a 4-month supply or something. And the B12 is like $10 for like half of that, I think. It's like like 90 day supply, which would be 3/4 of that, not half of that. But not super expensive. Might make a huge difference in your life if you struggle with energy, or they call it motivation, but it's not motivation, because motivation is like an intrinsic thing. Like you get motivation from accomplishing other things. And like if you're laying there and you really want to do something, you have the motivation, you know? I just peaked my mic. You have the motivation. It's not a motivation problem. If you're inspired to do things and you have so many ideas, but you cannot physically get your body to execute them, that is not a lack of inspiration or motivation. There's something else going on. Whether it's, because of like a chemical or mineral deficiency or imbalance, or it's like a, mental situation of like a trigger or something that your body's trying to avoid. There's something else going on. And if this little, medicine can make a marginal difference. Oh, I was like, why did that come up? I accidentally typed stuff and I didn't mean to. But if that can make like a huge difference without significantly costing, then I mean it's worth it, I think. It has felt a lot better. And my mental space is a lot clearer. Like, there's sometimes where it just feels like there's a fog in my brain and it's just like weighing down on me and I still have to like sludge through and do the things. And with the two methylated medications I've tried so far has drastically reduced the amount of time that the cloud exists in my head. It hasn't gone away completely, but it has made a significant difference in my day-to-day. Like when I wake up and stuff in the mornings, my brain space feels a lot clearer and there's things that I want to do. And like, I don't remember if it was on stream that I said recently, but like I wasn't able to come up with ideas for things, like new ideas, like new merch ideas, new art ideas, new game, not creation, but new game ideas and something to play. Like I wasn't able to come up with like new stuff. My creativity wasn't creativitying. But it's back and I have multiple projects open, not the ones from before. Well, some of them. Because the multiple projects open, at least one of them, because like the emotes and stuff that I was working on is a project that I didn't finish before. But like, I have some clothes that don't fit me, and I was going back to like my old ways when I was a teenager, when I couldn't afford clothes. So I had to piece together some things, cut them apart, and sew them back together so it looked like different or new clothes that fit more in my style and not just hand-me-down scraps again. And now I'm doing it so things fit me better and that I enjoy them. Hello, Bubblegum, welcome. So things fit me better and stuff. So I was going back to that old part, like the sewing and the skill and everything is still an old skill, but the project is new. Like I have a pair of pants that I'm working on that if I can complete I don't have a sewing machine, so I might not complete them on my own until I buy one, but it'll be a two-tone pant and it's gonna look kind of interesting if I can get it done. But because I have to hand sew and it's jean, it might take me a while to actually complete that project. But it's over there. I have it. I'm working on it. Projects. I'm starting to have that again. And that came a lot with the music and moving my body again. So really, if you want to solve all of your problems, find a K-pop band that you like and take some methylated vitamins and see how you feel in a couple months. I am not a doctor. This is not medical advice. This is a joke. Just because it worked for me in my brain in specific times doesn't mean anything, but it does not mean it. Correlation, causation, I don't know. Again. Does it have anything to do with me playing South Park? That was good. It's been a good time. And though I complain, I don't really because of the pee-pee smell of my apartment mostly, and the fact that it wasn't up to the standard that I thought it would be cleanliness wise when I moved in. Um, the things that I say about what I'm working on in the apartment and stuff, it's not to say like I don't appreciate being here and I don't see the work that I did to get here. All of that stuff is a factor and is super important, and it's the most important part to me. But when I'm elbow deep in my cabinets for an entire week and not answering my phone, what are you up to? I'm stripping my cabinets because they were horrible. Or my apartment smelling like cat pee. It doesn't mean that I am not grateful to be here. It doesn't mean that I don't love it here. I have been absolutely loving it here. Every experience that I have out in the world with other humans has been positive, great. I get complimented everywhere I go. I don't know why. Can't pick it out, but every time I go out, I get a compliment of some kind. I have good relationships with, like, regular people I interact with, like the vet and stuff. My cat's vet loves me. Probably because she's the most spoiled cat. um, I like knowing where I am. I can navigate. Oh my god, that reminds me. I went I do go to one of my doctors in person because a lot of the stuff I do is like telehealth, but in order to get like specific medications and stuff, they have to see you in person like once a year. So I went to do that. And on the way home, I was in an Uber and I was looking out the window, like just watching the neighborhood. I hadn't been here before. So when they told me the neighborhood that I was in, I thought it was somewhere on the west side, further west of me. And it turns out it was actually north of me. So I was in a completely new part of the not new part of the town, but new. When I said new for some reason, my brain flashed to Futurama. It's snoo, not new, but still. Anyways, I was on my way back, and we turned by this one house that there was like, I'm not good at estimating, but there was at least 8 to 10 cops in the driveway of this place, standing around. And it looks similar to a body cam. It's just one of my, I wouldn't say guilty pleasures. I don't know. I don't feel guilty about it. One of my interests on YouTube is not necessarily watching the body cams themselves, but watching like Bose, the streamer, react to body, like she has best of body cam, which I think is like, it's one of the days of her streams that they do body cam footage. Anyways, one of the ones that was on one of the creators that I watch was a guy who had like a shootout, but it was in the Cleveland metropolitan area. And so because that house looked like the one in the video and there was now 8 cops sitting outside, I was super fucking nosy about what the fuck was going on. It's like, is it the same guy again? Because I don't remember if he got, because he didn't hurt anybody that I remember. I think he just shot at the cops. I don't know. I don't know the full story, but the situation looked like exactly like the one that was on the body cam. And I was in the same like part of the city that body cam footage was from. So I was like, oh my gosh, I need to know what the fuck is going on. So I started like going through all the news stories and stuff for the area. And there was not a single thing. Like, I tried to look at, like, police scanner things of things that happened that day. Nothing. I looked at police reports that were submitted that day for different boroughs in the area. Nothing. I have found nothing on why there was, like, 8 to 10 cops at this person's place that looked like a situation that last time I saw this body cam, it was on the news because of how this situation looked, you know? So somebody should have said something at some point. I didn't find that. Maybe I'll see it at some point and I'll update you guys on what there was what was going on with those cops in that part of the town if I found it. But I did find a news story that is ridiculous. Ridiculous, okay? And I was laughing so fucking hard by myself reading this news article and watching the videos that go with it. But I just want to preface this in saying I am not laughing at the person in the situation who is experiencing this phenomenon. It is quite interesting. But I am I am laughing at the situation. It's too funny to not laugh at. I'm sorry. And because I have to live in this town, I don't want this to go somewhere and have it have this guy see it and think that this guy like sorry, I'm putting my heating pad on. Like, I still have to live here, so let's all be respectful, okay? You know what I mean? But still, this problem that this man is having sounds like a problem that somebody in Family Guy would experience, I guess, is my point. Let's get... Oh, I don't have a window on this one. Maybe it's studio mode so I don't dox myself. No, it's not control. It's alt. Make this nice little sized. It's this way. I gotta be okay. I'm not good at this part. All right. Cleveland Heights homeowner pleads to safety after multiple cars crash into his home. Okay. It wasn't multiple cars at once. This has been an ongoing issue for this man. He has comic responses at this point. But I don't know how much I should get in and let you watch these, because this man is a fucking gem. And if I were in his position, I probably would have absolutely lost it. They won't let him put a wall. That's the thing. They won't let him put a wall. Okay? Okay, here we go. Let's wait, I have to make sure the audio is correct. Cars keep hitting his house and he's extremely over it. So the rest of the news titles were just regular, you know, this business opened, this person got arrested, like, they weren't this vague. So when I saw cars keep hitting his house and he's extremely over it, that's it. There was no description. That was just the link. I was like, I have to click on this. I have to click on this. Let me get window audio up. Make sure it's good.
It is a sight to see, the signs in front of this Cleveland Heights home after dealing with crash after crash.
We told you about one of those crashes back in 2021. Another happened in 2022. And we went back last year to tell you about a near miss. And a year later, the homeowner says he still feels like the city has not done enough to prevent this from continuing to happen. So News 5's Nadine Abusada shows you now how he is taking matters into his own hands.
Off South Taylor Road, there's flashing lights, a speed bump.
What's going to happen when a car going 85 miles an hour hits that speed bump?
And even...
Wait, hold on. I have to get my headphones connected because I can only barely hear it. If I turn it up there, it'll be picked up on my mic and it'll get really annoying for you guys. Connected. Okay, connected audio. Here we go.
Rocks.
The city put those rocks in place as a
what they called temporary measure.
But for John Gow, it's still
So the guy says that there's all of these cars crashing into my home. Can you do something about it? Possibly build a guardrail. And the city of Cleveland gave him 2 rocks. They put 2 giant rocks in his front yard. Also, I gave Professor welcome. So they won't let him build a wall, but they'll give him rocks.
still not enough to keep his home safe from erratic drivers.
I'm painting another sign. This sign's gonna go somewhere with the one that says the cowards won't talk because they're chicken bleep mother froggers.
Gow bought his home in 1996, where the lawn now sits filled with signs at this intersection.
They had to blur one of the signs.
And again, they ignore the problem. The problem is right here. I'm the only one that's ever been hit.
That's because in the past 10 years, he says, 3 cars have crashed into it.
Well, the first
3 cars. So I think it was 4 or 5 over the past 10 years or something like that. Ridiculous.
crash actually took out my pickup truck that was parked in the driveway. I believe that was 2012.
The second was in 2021, where News 5 covered a police chase that ended with a car in Gow's
Through 2012, 2021, 2022, and 2023. And then it happened again. Which is why it's on the news as of December this year.
kitchen. Then another in 2022, taking out his garage.
This one is, I can't get homeowners insurance. I currently have insurance, but they've jacked the rates, and if I have one more claim, I'm being dropped.
Gow says his home
That's so fucked up. I can't get home insurance. Technically, he has home insurance, but the rate is so high that it's like ridiculous to pay. This is no fault of this man. He has done nothing. He has not moved. He hasn't like removed structures. Nothing. This is not his fault. This should not be an insurance issue, but because it keeps happening to the level that it keeps happening, if it happens one more time, they're kicking him off his insurance.
used to have a guardrail in front of it, but in the early 2000s, it was removed, and the city won't put a new one in place.
They offered fair market value. Well, I don't have a mortgage. The house is paid off. What can I buy where I won't have to pay that's comparable to where I'm currently living?
All he
And that's the worst part too, is he has paid off this house. There is no mortgage. There is no incentive to sell. It would cost him more money to sell because they offered to buy the house, but they'll only buy it at market value. They won't buy it at whatever he had to pay for his mortgage, interest, and everything. Plus, the housing market today is a lot different than when he bought his house back then. So he would have to move. So he like basically you pay off your mortgage, you own your house, and now suddenly every year there's a car through your living room.
wants is the peace of mind that a car won't come flying through his wall.
As far as I'm concerned, this house has a giant target on the side. And the city has done nothing to alleviate that.
Until he gets it, Gow plans to keep painting.
And so do you think these signs help?
He plans to keep painting.
They help me because I don't know what else to do. It's cathartic.
This is where that guardrail used to be and where Gow wants to see a new one. He's hired an attorney.
He's aware. He's aware. He's like, I don't know what they'll do, but it's cathartic.
And plans to keep adding signs until he sees some change or a response from
Idiots.
the city. Now, we reached out to Cleveland Heights City Hall for a comment. We're waiting to hear back. Reporting in Cleveland Heights, Nadine Abusada, News 5.
All right, Nadine tells us that she'll continue to follow through on this story, and be sure to let us know if there's a story that you want us to check on. You can fill out the form on our website, news5cleveland.com.
Oh, I should do that for the cops. Okay. Yeah, one Cleveland Heights homeowner is fed up with dealing with crash after crash into his home. Now he's taking matters into his own hands because he feels the city isn't doing enough to prevent them. Heading towards the intersection of Fairmount Boulevard, you'll find flashing signs, speed bumps, and even boulders meant to slow cars. But for John, it's still not enough to keep his home safe from erratic drivers. So John is trying his own methods. I know it says his name, but...
To an issue News 5 has been following through on for more than a decade. A Cleveland Heights resident fed up with his home repeatedly being hit by vehicles at South Taylor Road and Fairmount Boulevard. This has become so frequent. The homeowner's taken matters into his own hands, putting up signs that say, "Where's my guardrail?" Big rocks now sit in front of his house after the city had them installed more than a year ago. Tessa DeTiro continues our coverage tonight as the homeowner yet again demands the city step in and help.
And he will point out something that makes the boulders even funnier. It gets better.
On Christmas Day, yet another car came
Christmas
flying
Day.
toward John Gall's house. You can still see tire tracks in his front yard. His home sits at the intersection at South Taylor and Fairmount. For the last 18 years, John tells me dozens of cars have landed in his front yard, several crashing through his home and his garage.
God.
Fed up, he has an attorney, and he's asking the city of Cleveland Heights to do something to make his house safe.
During this holiday season, his family, his girlfriend refused to visit. And
His
for good
family
reason.
won't
They
come to
don't feel safe.
Christmas.
In 2021, News 5 covered
His family won't come to Christmas because they are scared that somebody's gonna, like a car is gonna come through the living room wall and ruin Christmas. Because it has. It has happened. This to me, when I was like processing this, that this is actually an issue happening, it reminded me of Family Guy when Peter keeps like destroying Cleveland's house, which is Cleveland being funny, and while Cleveland's in the bath and he always falls, like the bathtub always slides out. That is this issue in life. This is a Family Guy fucking issue.
A car crashing through Gall's kitchen while he was sleeping.
There was one case before where there was where it involved a pursuit. As a result of that, the city has made it very clear that we do not pursue because of misdemeanors.
We kept following the story into 2022.
Police can no longer pursue on a misdemeanor charge, like pursue somebody if they flee the police because of this specific house, because they were chasing and the car went off and flew into the house, and like now we can't for the entire city chase unless it's a felony. If it's a felony, then we could put up with the damages.
When yet another car crashed into Gall's brick bungalow.
There's
This
so
is the
many.
police report from the latest incident on Christmas. The driver was cited for failure to control.
Typically,
I think
it's
that was
because
Christmas last
someone's
year.
Speeding down Taylor, or they're impaired, or both. And there's a limit to what the city can do to prevent people from doing that.
Because of all these incidents, the city lowered the speed limit on Taylor. Gall's attorney says a guardrail that Gall says was once there needs to go back up.
They removed the barrier, and that's when the problems took place, and they put a crosswalk there. They can do more. They should do more.
Back to 2008, and we've not been able to find evidence of a guardrail. That doesn't mean it wasn't there. Mr. Gall could be right.
The city of Cleveland
But
is just
regardless, we aren't
gaslighting
allowed
this
to
man about his
reinstall it.
guardrail.
If it was there, we aren't allowed to put one there now.
On this busy stretch of road, the city says ODOT has made it clear it cannot
Come on.
install a guardrail.
There are driveways all along there, and anything we would do to meet that regulation would require blocking those driveways.
As a
So they won't replace the guardrail because they would have to block off multiple driveways, which would inconvenience multiple citizens for a couple of days. So they just throw all of the brunt onto this one man.
As another fix, these boulders in Gall's front yard were installed by the city in 2022. Cleveland Heights says its next best option is to buy the house.
It has to be very frightening, and it's not something I wish on anybody. No one here would.
When I talked to John Gall Wednesday night outside his home, he says he has no interest in moving.
He is innocent. He's done nothing wrong. He's paid his mortgage off. He is a retiree. He shouldn't have to wait another
Oh, he's
year.
retired. That's worse.
He shouldn't have to wait another month. He should not have to wait at all. This should be resolved as soon as possible.
The city says it will begin talks with Gall's council, but is still interested in buying Gall's home. The city is working on having the home appraised. In Cleveland Heights, Tessa DiTiro, News 5.
Okay, so I think the way these videos go, they go for past years. So the first one we watched is from this year, where there's like 15 signs now. The second one was, I think, Christmas last year, where somebody flew through the wall during Christmas. And this man is retired, so he doesn't like leave and go to a job or whatever. All he has to do all day is make signs. Because it's cathartic. The quote from him, I'm painting another sign. The sign's gonna go somewhere with the one that says, the cowards won't talk because they're chicken bleep mother frockers. Yeah, he bought his home in 1996, where his lawn now sits filled with wooden paint signs at the intersection. The signs read things like, where's my guardrail? Speed bump, seriously? And cowards won't talk. So, I don't know if it's in this video that's coming up, or if it was in one of the past ones that I missed. They put the crosswalk in after they took the guardrail down. They lowered the speed limit on the road that's coming in that people are speeding to. And they also put a speed bump in. So that's why he says speed bump, seriously. So after they put the speed bump in, when cars hit the speed bump and go like at fast speeds, it goes up and over the boulders, which is how we ended up here today and why there's tracks in his yard that go beyond the boulders. And the boulders do fucking nothing because the car goes over it because the city built a fucking ramp. So they just made it high speed to fly into this guy's house, but won't fix it because it might inconvenience his neighbors. This is the most ridiculous thing.
Mike, the car that crashed into the garage of the home, we know that is gone, but the homeowner definitely has made an addition to his front yard.
Yeah, so 2022, they crashed into, I think it was 2022, maybe it was 2021. They crashed into the garage and not the house. So I think they destroyed the truck and the garage, but not the house.
The strong message.
Danita, sometimes you got to take matters into your own hands, and at this point, it comes down to making your own signage and plopping it on your tree lawn. Read it with me right here. Where is my guardrail? And say it one more time. Where is my guardrail?
Did they have to zoom in on it when he said that? That dude cannot read. That man cannot read.
There's no laughing matter for this homeowner because he says several cars have crashed into his home and his garage over the last couple of years. And here's a look at the aftermath. You can see debris scattered everywhere. And a little after 6 o'clock with the sun coming up, there's the car, unrecognizable, resting right there, steps away from the home.
All the
garage coming down and collapsing on top of it. Clearly frustration is through the roof. And
that is so fucking fast. I don't know. 25 miles an hour? And you're scratching, like, the scratches that go on the driveway that go up to the house. That's...
Cleveland Heights police are actively working to figure out what went wrong out here. Now, News 5 followed Cleveland Heights police as they surrounded this home along Fairmount in South Taylor. They were called here just before midnight.
Why can't they put a fucking speed trap on that? That just hit me. Why don't they hire a fucking, take one of the cops that they hired and put him at that corner the majority of the time?
For lost control and smashed into the property. You can again see,
especially like on times where people would, like on Christmas, which it happened Christmas night, and the one that happens a year after this, it happens on Christmas night, when like people are known to like drink and go out and stuff, like holidays. Why wouldn't they have a cop there?
Really closely, that car is unrecognizable. The driver crashed right into the garage of another car.
Sorry, I didn't think I'd pause this much, but that sentence, if you look really closely, this car is unrecognizable.
Right now, we are working to determine their extent of injuries and if they're going to face any criminal charges. Luckily, though, in this incident, no one was hurt inside of the home. But in the meantime, the homeowner has reached a boiling point.
They slowly drag it.
In November, a driver smashed into this house during a high-speed police chase. The homeowner had demanded a guardrail back then. In fact, there was one there more than 15 years ago, but for some reason it was removed. He was left with at least 40 grand in damage that last time, and now he's really upset.
40 grand! Oh my God.
It was like a bomb went off. You know, the air was filled with insulation, and there was
That why? Okay, this is not the first year that this happened, and this is not the most recent year that this has happened. But for this interview specifically, he is wearing a full ass ski mask. It doesn't. I don't even think it has like eyes and nose. Why is he wearing a ski mask?
flying glass everywhere. And does it affect my property value? Will it affect my ability to sell this place at some point?
And here's a live look at the aftermath again. One more time, picking up the pieces and trying to figure out what will give.
I just narrowly missed that
I want
house.
to show you this location because this all went down right along South Taylor, which is an
Put a
extremely
speed trap.
busy intersection with a number of crashes over the past couple of years. We have reached out to Cleveland Heights Police as well as EMS to see if any criminal charges will be filed and how that driver is doing. We have not heard back. Clearly very early on in the investigation process, but Danita and Katie will continue to follow up, and as soon as anything new breaks, we'll break back in. Back to you.
All right, Mike.
Where is my guardrail? Yeah, this is because in the past 10 years, 3 cars have crashed into the home. He says dozens have been on the lawn and one was in the garage, which was that one. The first one was one that took out the pickup in 2012. The second crash occurred in 2021, covered a police chase that ended with the car crashing into his kitchen. Then in 2022, another crash took out his garage. The latest crash in 2023 landed on the lawn, but narrowly missed the house. And then 2024, it happens again. What is this?
Well, it's happened not once, not twice, not even 3 times. One man's property in Cleveland Heights has been hit by cars 4 times now, the latest after a police chase last night. He's now telling News 5's Nadine Albasada that the city needs to step up to prevent this from happening again to him or his neighbors.
Caution tape, a boarded up brick wall with a
His insurance company, right here is a quote of him. I can't get homeowners insurance. Well, I currently have homeowners insurance, but they jacked the rates, and if I have one more claim, I'm being dropped. I pursued other insurance companies. Nobody will touch me.
a gaping hole in a ruined yard, while on the inside,
It's a disaster. It's unstable. They don't want me back in the house.
mud on the walls, destroyed bricks, and the structure clearly falling to pieces. All of this is the remnants after a car crashed into this home overnight at the corner of Fairmont and South Taylor.
There was a car in my kitchen and police with guns swarming around the house, and I stuck my head out the broken front window and said, please.
So this is one of the earlier ones. And then he wears the ski mask in the next one, and then he's back to his face with the signs in the next one. This man.
Please don't shoot me. I am the homeowner.
John Gall's home is located at a T intersection. Sadly, he and his neighbors have become all too familiar with crashes on and into their property.
Not surprised. I was sound asleep. As soon as I heard the hit, I knew that one of the 2 houses had been hit by a car. I mean, I knew the sound well by now.
Cleveland Heights police.
That's where I was like crying and peeing my pants when I was by myself because the neighbor. Well, you know the sound by now. What?
Gall's home is located at a T intersection. Sadly, he and his neighbors have become all too familiar with crashes on and into their property.
Not surprised. I was sound asleep. As soon as I heard the hit, I knew that one of the 2 houses had been hit by a car. I mean, I knew the sound well by now.
Cleveland Heights police say the crash started a pursuit and ended with the blue sedan in Gall's home. In 2012, News 5 reported on another crash, this one hitting Gall's parked truck. After multiple incidents like today,
Oh my God.
concerns were taken to the city.
The city really needs to put up some kind of barricade. I mean, these homes have been hit repeatedly. I don't know how they could ever resell those homes.
John Gall has reached out to City Hall multiple times to put a guardrail in front of his house. 3 crashes later, and it still hasn't happened.
I've talked to City Hall about it in the past, and they claim that the putting up of a guardrail, which would have probably prevented the majority of this, was unaesthetic and not pleasing to the neighborhood.
News 5 reached out to the city to see what it would
Oh
take
my
to
God.
get a guardrail in the front of a home. They tell us they'll get back to us next week.
I'm going to have to seek more drastic measures in the future, I think. I'm not sure what that will be, but they'll find out.
Reporting in Cleveland Heights, Nadine Abusada, News 5.
Oh my God.
Okay, according to one police report, the chase began after police attempted to perform a traffic stop. The driver of the vehicle was taken to a hospital after that crash and is now in custody.
Yeah, I don't know if did he make it? It says homies to so for the first, this sounds very gaslighty because the first reason that they couldn't put the guardrail up is because the construction would block the neighbors' driveways, which first of all, you could just put a notice out, give them a place to park across the street. Problem solved. The second reason is because a guardrail would be unsightly. It's unaesthetic to the neighborhood. I can't believe this is a problem that exists. It was removed, but the city wouldn't put a new one in place. Last year, they offered to buy the home, but it wasn't enough. They offered fair market value, but I don't have a mortgage and the house is paid off. What can I buy where I don't have to pay that's comparable to where I'm currently living? All he says is he wants peace of mind that a car won't come flying through his wall, and he believes that a guardrail or a cement barrier would do that. It doesn't mean to get resolved. The city's just so innocent dies. That's true. And I don't want it to be John, because he's gone through it. Oh my gosh. I'm kind of living on edge, you know? As far as I'm concerned, this house is a giant target on the side, and the city has done nothing to alleviate that. Until then, he plans to keep painting signs until he gets them. He says he's hired a lawyer and plans to keep adding signs until he sees change or a response from the city. And every time the news reaches out, the city tells him, oh, we'll respond in like a week. And that's so gaslighty. Oh, if he's the city just shrugs. That's true, but heartbreaking. Oh, justice for John. Oh my god, I can't believe that this is a problem that somebody has in 2024. What kind of cartoon-ass neighborhood? And the city just there's so much proof. There's so much proof. And the $40,000 and everything. But yeah, I can't remember what video he said. He said it, but after they put the boulders in, they reduced the speed and put speed bumps in. But because of the speed bump, people just go over the boulders and into the house. I just can't believe. I was dying laughing. That is not like a news story that I have seen ever. But especially in real life. And again, I'm not laughing at John. His reaction is very funny, but it's so fitting, and if it was me, I would have a much stronger reaction, and my signs would probably all be blurred instead of just the one. There's nothing, no, I can't wish anything worse on John. Let's just turn into a ramp. Yeah, so there's less you can do if you're in the air. If you're already in the air headed at the house, you can't correct. But the boulders do nothing. Oh. And they're like, it's not like he can just remove them because they're giant fucking boulders. And he probably would get some kind of, I imagine, some kind of citation if he just built a wall. It's just... Hi. Yeah. I wanted to share that news story for a while now. Because I was giggling. It's it was so much better the second time, too. And I lost it at the neighbor saying he knew the sound by now of a car hitting one of the houses. I'm just scrolling through to see if there's anything about the original reason why I ended up on the news site, which was all of the police and that other guy's house. But yeah, like, this speeding is a problem. Then reducing the speed is not going to do anything, at least for a little bit, because probably a lot of people aren't paying attention to the speed change. So if you're used to like flying through an area on your way home and they drastically reduce the speed, it might take you a little bit to realize that they reduced the speed. I was just, what a headline. What a guy. I was like, I typed in his name to see what else comes up. If anybody says anything. But yeah, so December 9th was the last time that it happened. A dude's 60, retired. Is he speeds ignoring the speed limit, right? That's what I mean. And the only thing that would change it is probably a speed trap. Why can't they just put a cop there? Even just a couple days a week gives enough, like, for people who go through there regularly, it gives enough caution that there might be a cop there. Like, and all they do is offer to, like, buy the house. But, like, I completely get why he doesn't want to move. Well, he probably wants to move. He probably just doesn't want to give up the house. That's the thing. It's not like this is prime. This is a prime location. It's like I paid off my mortgage. Civil engineer to look at the intersection. That's true. That would be really smart. But they won't do that. I don't understand. I don't understand why. We'll start a mission. We'll write to Cleveland. Well, it's Cleveland Heights, which I think is still a suburb of Cleveland. It's still part of the greater metropolitan area. Yeah, there's multiple options that are cheaper than buying him out. They just don't want to. Which is why they're giving gaslighty responses. They're just gaslighting him. It's like it's like being in a relationship with somebody who's shitty. You're like, hey, this year you said we'd go on a cruise. Yeah, I'll look into it next week. And then it just never, they never do. I'll look into it next week. Maybe later. It's not the time now. It's unaesthetic. It would inconvenience your neighbors. What about me? I'm experiencing an extreme inconvenience, okay? Having a car through your living room and your kitchen for a retired man, especially, is way more inconvenient than people not being able to park in their driveways for a couple days. Like, this is 10 years in the making. There's so many news articles. There's so many news articles. 2021 was the car chase. 2023, October, Cleveland 19 covered it. December 2023, Ground News covered it. November 8th, 2023, Fox 8 News covered it. July 2022, Cleveland News covered it again. WKYC covered it. Cleveland.com covered it. For multiple years, and just nobody gives a fuck about this man. Why don't we give a fuck about this man? Why? I need to know more information. Oh, I can't decide which way my bang's gonna go. I was trying to see if like there was something a little bit more recent or something. I don't know. I love his signs though. I love how he channels his anger. I love how he censored himself on national television. I love the random ski mask interview 1 year. But yeah, his girlfriend won't come and his family won't come for Christmas because last Christmas a car came through the wall. I think that's something else. Library Congress of Cleveland. But it's about the sale of the house. Whoever sold it to him. I was like, wait, more people are looking at it? No, they're not. No, they're not. So who wants to go protest? What? What is this? Okay, so apparently, this was December 2023. There was a guy with the same name removing parking sign from county parking garage. It says with power tools. And I'm seeing if this is the same John. So he did not comment. Confirmed that the chronicler's employee caught on the video. And he had taken the sign before it was returned later. But it says that he was an employee, so this can't be the same guy. Because that other guy was... Oh, no. It says the video also shows Gall, 67. So it's not him. Because the other guy was 60. Climbing on top of the sedan, apparently trying to get in. He drove away in a white SUV with a woman in the passenger seat. Like, did this guy just get seriously unhinged? But I can't be the same guy. Stacking point. Oh, thank you for your fictitious donation. Here is a fictitious cookie. What do you want? Say 500 feet. This can't be the same guy. This was 2023. Says he was 67. What are we watching? Parking deck view. This is a YouTube video. Oh, here he comes. Make this guy a local celebrity. It says this was a building garage in Elyria, so that's not Cleveland. Pretty sure it's not part of the greater metropolitan area. Also, there is no sound in the video, so. Dude, he set those down with purpose. Did you see that? He was like, Just gonna plop myself right here and remove your sign. Oh, you can't. Oh, playback speed. There it is. Two times speed. Man, Tokyo is fun. 6:30 p.m. He apparently removed this sign and then stalked somebody in Elyria. This guy's supposed to be 67? I mean, the unhinged behavior is it's in a similar vein, but I don't think it's the same John. Excuse me. This is at one point he was on top of the vehicle. It sucks it's right under that. Oh, there he is on top of the... Yeah. Yeah. Why wouldn't you assume that a parking garage has a camera? Like, that's... I think that should be pretty common knowledge for a 67-year-old. Just saying. This guy is like the king of fucking the titles of the articles about him. The one from 2021 is "Please don't shoot me, I'm the homeowner." That's it, that's the title. That was when they crashed into his house and the police were swarming. There has been nothing new for that guy. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna write a strongly worded letter. I don't even know who to send that to. I was gonna jokingly say the district attorney, but I don't even know what that person does or who that is. Oh. What? My Instagram is Russian. The only word that is not Russian on the entire website is Reels. The rest, messages, everything Russian. Why? It's Instagram.com/Cleveland Scene. Why is it in Russian? I wanted to read the comments. Always drive past this guy's house. Love the signs. $10 says someone hits those signs. I respect him for covering his yard with signs and bringing attention to it, and he's right. It's wild they put a speed bump on Taylor a quarter of a mile up the street from his house. It's not actually speed bumps. I pass this every morning and be about to crash trying to read it. This shit happened like 4 times in the last 6 years. I've seen it happen every time. No, because for real, I'm tired for this homeowner. Oh wait, this one says a fix may finally be coming. It was 1 week ago. And someone said, May be coming? May. You should see the city and make them pay for his homeowner's insurance because it's probably astronomical at this point due to all the claims, if anyone will even cover him at this point. Everyone's adding Cleveland Heights. I've driven past there and wondered to myself how people are achieving this goal. It seems hard to do. Apparently not. I saw this actually took video to repost. This is why when they put guardrails up. Why wouldn't he? He should be compensated for a loss of property value. When he goes to sell, even if the issue is resolved, the stigma may remain. Who's gonna buy the house that everyone keeps crashing into? Oh man. Temporarily have a solution. Yeah, a temporary solution would be having Cleveland Heights police focusing on speeding and reckless driving rather than pulling people over for headlights and tags. They pulled me over twice for her headlight and one. Well, I mean, if you get pulled over once for a headlight, you gotta fix it. That's your daughter's fault. But people keep blowing the stop sign and going 60 miles an hour by it, and nobody, like, speed traps, come on. I saw this last week, I feel so bad for him. Somebody said big rubber band. And you know what? At this point, with the two boulders, I wouldn't be shocked. They just put like a rubber band between the two boulders. Giant catcher's mitt. He could probably build that in his yard. I don't know. He may need zoning. Oops. So where's the... Read more about it. Delete get bio. I swear to God, if it's not here. Guitar Man, Cleveland's beloved caped crusader of street performing. He died. Beloved caped crusader. This place. This city, I swear. Oh, there we go. A fix may finally be coming. Where's the fix? Come on. In November, around 2 a.m. A little after 2 a.m., a GMC Yukon flew like a missile 74 miles an hour right into his kitchen. 74 miles an hour. And they just made that road 25. Yeah, it says he was 60 when that happened. Oh my God. There was a car in the kitchen. That's how I woke up. Distracted mothers. Let's see. Drunk drivers on the tree lawn. Distracted mothers in the driveway. A trio of teenagers in 2012 slamming a stolen car through the garage. And yet, despite calls to the city to ameliorate the problem, Gall was here yet again with the GMC Yukon hanging out of a story-tall hole in his kitchen. And minutes later, Cleveland Heights police officer storming the property. That's when he said, don't shoot, I'm the homeowner. And they were all in the front yard with guns drawn, ready to blow someone away. I mean, he was doing 74 in a 25. Gall's situation after 19 years of seeking serenity at home he's owned for half his life has now neared a two roads diverged state of things. Following dozens of incidents, 3 crashes, 3 insurance hikes, 3 totaled cars of his own, and 4 mayors, Gall may actually be finding relief with an attorney's help. Cleveland Heights may install bollards, he said, where temporary temporary boulders. Temporary boulders now stand and the guardrail maintained by the Ohio Dot used to be. What is a bollard? It's a yellow stick. Pole, yeah, it's a pole. It's like those things that are outside of Target or Walmart or whatever. I think Targets are balls instead of being a pole. But they keep you from running into the front of the store. A bollard is a short post to create a protective or architectural perimeter. Okay. That or the situation could go south. Gall believes that another major crash could send his insurer, State Farm, we know who's, into a literal rock and a hard place and leave Gall to fend for himself. They raised my rates, and if I have another claim, I'm done. I mean, it's not if there's going to be another claim, it's when. The abject vulnerability of his home at the dead end of South Taylor and Fairmont is an almost perfect case in point of how the pandemic spike in car accidents has illuminated poor street designs of past planning efforts. So people got dumber after the pandemic, and now we're realizing all the streets are fucked up because nobody knows how to read signs. Gall's home and the destruction cars have done to it is ripe fodder for a growing culture of activists that point to such shoddy design for, in its most extreme, human fatalities. Pedestrian deaths nationwide have jumped 70% since 2011. Since 2011, and the first car in the house was 2012. Though Cleveland has, under Mayor Bibb's leadership, drawn more attention to reaching its Vision Zero goal of eliminating car-caused pedestrian deaths by 2030, the city's suburbs have been slower to address the issue. In November 2022, months after car thieves crashed into Gall's garage, Mayor Seren released a traffic calming initiative. One that led to, besides Gall's 2 boulders, a 3 flashing light signs and a speed bump. So yeah, they put the 2 boulders in, a sign that has, or 3 flashing light signs and a speed bump, and that guy was still going 74. Launched into the house. Launched into the house. No clear-cut answer to Gall's main question after the GMC Yukon destroyed his kitchen. One he painted on the signs, white signs on the sidewalk, "Where's my guardrail?" Seren, which was the other mayor. 4 mayors. Seren told a reporter shortly, they have to be like, when they get into office, they have to be like, hey, you know, there's this guy, John, just don't touch it. Just don't touch it. Certainly one of them was like, is there anything? There has to be like a secret like city thing against this guy. Or 4 mayors. Not one could do anything. Based on the advice of our engineering firm, we could not recommend, and it would not be safe to install a guardrail at that location. So Mayor Seren claims that they did talk to the engineers. Can we get a third-party engineer, please? One that's not hired by the mayors, because they seem a little conspiratorial in my opinion, allegedly. I just live here. He doubled down defending the boulders last summer after a drunk driver rammed into them and tore up Gall's lawn, but didn't lead to an insurance claim, Seren noted. So the boulders are working. You didn't have an insurance claim that time. The protective measures that we placed on his yard at the city's expense, there were boulders, as we saw over the last week, had demonstrable impact on his safety and the safety of his home. I want this guy out of office. I don't even know who this man is, but I'm upset with that. What? So because the one in 2022 that ended up in the lawn and not in the actual house, I think incident 3 of 4, They were like, see, the boulders are working. And I feel like John at that point should have been like at the fourth, after the fourth one happened, be like, see, the boulders aren't working. Gall took it as an attempt to swipe the problem of this house under a political rug. And really? In late 2023, after William Hanna, Cleveland Heights law director, offered to buy Gall's home. Wait. So it's not even the city that's offering to buy it. It's the law director. What is the law director job? Your job duties may include working on license agreements, advising company management on legal issues, supervising department employees, and managing legal affairs. You also may work with outside lawyers and regulatory agencies if your employer is in a regulated industry. So, it's not the state that's offering to buy the house. It's a random guy. Well, not random guy. It's a law director, but it's just like a guy. Gall went on the offensive. He hired a lawyer to ensure that at the worst the city couldn't commandeer his home via eminent domain. Oh, this just escalated. I didn't even think there was going to be more developments on this, really. I thought after a little look there wouldn't be anything, but this is sus as fuck, if I'm honest. A former attorney for the Northern District of Ohio said he immediately empathized with Gall's case after a few $1,000s. Prime says to take his case, said Lobono. So he still had to pay the lawyer, even though the lawyer was like, this looks bad. You know, he's not been in it to try and enrich himself. What he basically wants is the problem solved. He wants him and his loved ones to be protected, and he wants to be able to feel comfortable in his own space. So yeah, the lawyer is saying that John is not trying to get money out of this, get anything out of this, cause legal problems. He just wants the fucking guardrail. Multiple calls and emails to a spokesperson for Cleveland Heights and Hanna were unreturned. A representative for State Farm refused to comment on Gall's rate hikes. While Gall waits to hear a yay or nay on the so-called permanent fix, he does his best to enjoy what he says is rightfully his. Yeah. In early December, Gall invited Serene to his house. It's the wrong name. Which for the past 2 weeks has welcomed visitors with a barrage of cries for help signs in the front yard. Those lambasting Hanna, I can't get homeowners insurance. One reads, speed bump seriously, says another. So there's been a lot of visitors apparently since he put up since he lost it on the news. I lived in Cleveland Heights for 40 years, walking around the garden out back. He pointed out barrels of blueberries, his pottery kiln in the basement. I'm a homeowner, I'm a voter, I'm a taxpayer. I've made it a home. It's paid off. It's the American dream, dude. You know, I've achieved it here in my little slice of heaven, and their solution to my problem is what? To get rid of me? Yeah. But I'm glad it says that he finally saw it as like an attempt to sweep it under the rug. But I don't see where they said that I think the attorney said that they might install bollards. Following dozens of incidents, 3 crashes, 3 insurance hikes, 3 totaled cars of his own, and 4 mayors. They totaled 3 of his cars as well. I thought it was just the one from 2012, but no. They've totaled 3. What is it? Is his car insurance State Farm as well? That I guess I can see why they would want to drop him, but still at the same time, he didn't crash those cars. But it says Cleveland Heights may install bollards, he said, where temporary boulders now stand. But there's no evidence that the city actually said that. I think that's what the attorney is fighting for, is to get some kind of bollards put up and get the fucking boulders taken out. How is a guardrail unaesthetic, but boulders are fine? I just want to know. Because I don't think I don't think the HOA would agree. That boulders are better. If you did that in any other neighborhood, your neighbors would be throwing a fucking fit. But also, why aren't his neighbors throwing a fit? Oh, what does that say? Promise. A promise not kept is a lie in all capitals. Oh, Bill Hanna lied. And then I think the one that they blurred out in the news is a sign that props up in the middle of the driveway. It's one of like the those signs, and it says, "This is bullshit." Hey, Mayor Seren, all caps. And then again, giant capitals in red this time. Why? I guess I could just... I think that's the one that they blurred. Why? I genuinely feel so bad for this guy. I can't believe that it has gone on this long. I can't believe that there has been multiple incidents that cost thousands and tens of thousands of dollars, because the property damage alone for one of them was $40,000, and that does not include the cars that have been totaled, which weren't mentioned in the news at all, because 3 cars got totaled in this. I feel like State Farm should be suing the city, no? Because if it was like vehicle to vehicle and like the city's fault or whatever, State Farm would sue, like State Farm Auto Insurance would sue the city. Why isn't State Farm suing the city? Instead, they're taking it out and saying, we're going to drop you. His problem predates the current administration. So like they said, 4 mayors. In those State Farms, they wouldn't do shit. They'd rather drop the first chance. That's fair, but still. Like, I feel... So let's say... After, like, the first 2 claims, says happens once, and tell him, yeah, your insurance premium's gonna go up because you live in a high-risk area. It happens twice, completely no fault to the homeowner, and State Farm isn't like, come on. Come on, city. Come on, city. Festooned. Y'all need to reimburse this man or do something. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I feel... But even if State Farm sued the city for the money and whatever, it, like... It wouldn't go to him who's been paying the premiums. And actually staff... numbers for their cheapest. That's fair. They're probably told him to reach out to the city, and if the city doesn't do anything, then there's nothing they can do. Because that's the cheapest thing, is to get the person to do their job. Like, do their specific job. Like... Wait, Mayor Biz needs to care about the people and get on the chemtrails, but he's apparently for the war against us. That's an interesting brain right there. But I mean, if it was State Farm's job to call the city and be like, hey, can you do something? We're a big business that has a lot of money and a lot of lawyers. It's easier instead to have the customer do that job that should have been State Farm's. That's what I mean by do their job. Not like force the person whose job it is to do the job. I mean outsourcing it to somebody else. Like a lot of doctors and pharmacies and stuff will make you call around to a bunch of places and try to find specific things to get certain medications and whatever, and it's just a convoluted system. When it's really like the doctors or the pharmacist in any specific instance to make all of those calls, they expect you to do it, but they don't give you any direction on how to do it effectively. That's what this is. The other thing is they're paying out. They're going to basically pace more. Yeah, if the law doesn't require it. But they should make the law require it. Somebody should. Guys, I'm going to run for office. I'm going to give this guy his fucking guardrail, and then I'm going to resign. I would. If I thought that I could actually accomplish that. But you never know. I've got access to some concrete Jersey barriers. A couple of those bad boys will work even better than his boulders. I'm just confused if he does build his own wall or something. Because where the boulders are is on his property, technically. It's not on the sidewalk or the... What do they call it? A devil strip or whatever that's between the sidewalk and the street. They're actually in his front yard. I was still just reading comments from this. But yeah, the boulders are... It doesn't capture my mouse, really. Are in the front yard. Right next to the sidewalk. So if he built a wall there, like a concrete wall... Wait a minute. If he built a wall there and somebody crashed into it, would the city be... I feel like the city would be mad at him. I feel like he would be charged for whatever damage is done to either the vehicle or the person in that situation. Because wouldn't that... Someone getting injured on your property or whatever be your fault? If you... But... This is so difficult. Because people are getting injured on his property. However, it is not his fault. But if he were to put a wall up to prevent them from causing... Yeah, he'd end up being liable. So that's why there's not one. Maybe he could start a petition. But I think the dude has plenty of petition with his signs. The fact that he can't get homeowner's insurance because the city has done nothing is criminal. Ugh. That is 100% a city issue. Maybe make it play it. Everybody adding them. Why does it keep repeating things? Wow. But yeah, that was the news. We'll have to keep an eye out to see if he gets his fucking bollards. If not, I might join the pursuit just because it's fun to have. It's fun to have a reason. It's fun to spite things. Oh, no charges included. Police pursuit are not called in. What? The case was criminally cleared now under administrative review. He did not call in a pursuit. Wow. I wanted to see real quick if there's, because the day that I checked, the original reason that I came to the news website was for the cops to that one person's house. But since it was like one day, I didn't think it would be long. Or I didn't think it would be up there yet. Although I thought the police reports would be in, but I checked multiple places and there wasn't any police report that matched the situation. Wait. Charlie's Doghouse Diner in Parma closes after a car crashes into it. Cleveland drivers just can't stop running into buildings. Oh my god. That might be. It might be something. Oh no, that was just. It said a shooting, so I assumed that it meant like cops and people, citizens, but no, it's just somebody shot somebody else. It wasn't a Saturday. It was, what day was that? It was a Tuesday. Ooh. The governor is evaluating whether he wants to sign a bill into law that would charge the public hundreds of dollars for footage from law enforcement agencies, including body cams. They do not like the YouTube meta, I'm telling you. They are pissed. But it's a right. It's the public record. It's a right. They shouldn't be able to do that. Too many body cams are not making the cops look good. Although, to be fair, if big YouTube channels are relying on those body cams, it would just be like, it would probably be an obtainable expense to still get them. Just by how they're working out everything. Like, they'd make more money on the videos than it would be, than the cost to buy the footage. But technically anybody can request public record of any incident and they send it, which is how we end up with body cams all over YouTube. Street takeovers. Aggravated riots. That's not Cleveland, though. Some of these headlines. Large piece of concrete falls off a bridge, causing concern. It's just like this side wall thing. Not at all on the level of the cars going through the guy's house. But we're concerned. Implosion at power plant. We're imploding. No, that's too far. That's not where I was. I'm looking for a headline that looks something that's like, I don't know. It's 19th. The Superman trailer just dropped and there's lots of Cleveland in it. We have Superman? Oh yeah, the bills that we're gonna get. I gotta read through those at some point. Grinch cutting Christmas lights. Someone's going around and cutting Christmas lights in a neighborhood. They thought it might be a squirrel, but now it's getting to be suspicious. Yeah, I think this is all catching up to where I was. Yeah, no reason as to why there would be so many cops in one person's driveway. It seemed like a big deal. Now I want the body cam. I could have put in a records request, but I'm not paying hundreds of dollars for shit. God, that poor guy. I feel so bad for. Back to the John guy. Yeah, no updates except that they're fighting for bollards. No reason as to why there was so many cops in one area. And I think they were wearing like full gear too, because they weren't wearing police uniforms. They were wearing like things that had something on the back, and when I leaned closer and read it, it said police. Like lean closer as in like I leaned up like on the window. I was so nosy. I was not at all discreet. But it's just me and the Uber driver. God. So nosy. I don't want that. One of the websites that won't even let me access because I'm not uninstalling or turning off my ad blockers. It won't even let me read the news for free. But yeah. I think that's all I have on John, unfortunately. Or weird news for the year. Nothing else weird. Well, lots of weird has happened, but nothing to go into today. Oh, man. It has been a pretty good holiday. Ooh, I am glad I got to spend it with you guys. Doing this. It's been a good time. I think I'm gonna wrap up here soon though, because I don't think I have anything else to go on. If you have any ideas for other things in the future, let me know. I would like channel point things. It took me forever to get up the ones that I have, and now they're not even relevant to the games that I play. So, like, ideas for things that we could do for horror games to make it a little more fun. And then maybe some kind of sound alerts or something. I don't know. That could be fun too. Anyways, to make the streams more interactive, any ideas for games coming up, things like that would be great. Everything else is on the YouTube channel for now. I don't know where else to put stuff. Like, I don't know if I should re-upload things to Twitch or not, because those don't stay. I don't know how much space I have to upload things. I don't know. And if you, like, upload clips, they're not going to work for, like, the purposes of clips, like shout-outs and things like that. So, not really a point. I have some clips from YouTube that I can edit for promotion, but if you guys have anything or see anything or whatever and you clip things or something, it helps me a lot. It's a lot of time to put in. I'll probably edit the John bit down into like something more manageable for YouTube or something as well. I am actually really excited for the next year and everything to come. I feel a lot more in my own element, in my body, excited. My body is excited. I don't know why I said that like that. We're coming up on an ad, so I just wanted to wait until that, I guess, goes through. I'm excited to keep going. I'm excited for changes to be made. But our changes won't be as drastic as they were before. I feel like every time I get ideas for changes, I like take everything off and start it over, but it's just going to be like little changes here and there that slowly develop over time, which is how everything has been for the last like year or so, and we've come a long way, and I'm excited for everywhere else that we get to go. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be fun. I don't know what my schedule is gonna look like, but for at least this week and probably the next couple weeks, we'll keep to the Thursday, Friday with Resident Evil and Silent Hill. I'm actually really nervous for tomorrow and Friday because both playthroughs I left myself like for Silent Hill, I released, I guess, Pyramid Head. I didn't run into him, but he was in a room, and then I did some stuff, and then I came back out, and he was not in that room. So he's probably in there, and I cannot leave the building. I did check. I can't leave the building. And same thing for Resident Evil. There was the big guy. I want to say big metal guy. I don't know if he was actually metal. His skin was like gray, and when he hit stuff, it made a very, very blunt sound. So he could be a giant metal man after me. Either way, intimidating man after me. Huge man. But not like the observation kind, because he just slaps you a little bit. Resident Evil 1 knocked me the fuck out. And I'm not like doing any kind of research, unless I absolutely have to, like I did with the first playthrough. If I get to a place that I'm not progressing for like hours, I will look at the guide, but in between streams, I'm not, even though I am stressing about these men. These men that I know are gonna come after me soon. They're gonna hurt me. Grand Theft Auto would be an interesting one to start. It would be funny. I've never played like a Grand Theft Auto game, so it would be interesting. And it's a fidget, it's a pokey fidget. I don't know. I'm incredibly grateful for everybody who has hung out for the past few years and watched me slowly fall apart and then get it back together. I appreciate you guys more than anyone that I know. Every story mode, but I can see it, I guess. I guess I never thought about the story of GTA. I don't know, when I said I've never played it, like, I guess I didn't. My brain doesn't see that and think, story game. But it probably does have a story. There's reasons as to why things happen. GTA is just fuckery. In all kinds. I still think it would be funny for like a Monday stream. Just right out the bat. Really through mostly speedrunners. Interesting. Now I'm thinking, do I want to watch someone speedrun it? Give it a try. Could be interesting. But part of the I guess unique point of me doing games is I go in completely blind and I avoid everything about them. That's why I don't go check out more games, because when I want to go in like blind because it's funnier that way. Sometimes scarier, but funnier. Funny to scare the shit out of myself, I guess. Yeah. But this week... Yeah, this week we have the Thursday, Friday stream, and then Wednesday of next week will be the 1st, which is New Year's Day. So I'll be live for that one as well. I think I'm going to try to be 3 days a week. Because that's what my original schedule was in the beginning. It was Monday, Wednesday, Friday, actually. For the longest time, because it went along with my classes, because I only had classes on Tuesday, Thursday. For like my senior year. I only had in-person classes. I had online classes. I did a lot of my degree online. Yeah, so I'll have 2 scary days, and then maybe I'll dye my hair that day. I was looking at how many days I have, because I think my developer's not supposed to go to the 27th. But then if I have to work during those couple of days, then I won't be able to, so I'll probably do it on stream for Wednesday. I don't know. I'm excited to dye my hair, though. It's a new metamorphosis. Yeah, I thought saying ads in a few minutes was was gonna go back quickly, but it still hasn't yet. I'm sure there's other things that I wanted to talk about, because I shot myself in the foot by smoking in the middle of my day. It fucked my creativity. Now I don't know what to do with myself. I think overlays will be cute. I think merch stuff will be cute. Maybe make a goal of things to play. But I don't know. Silent Hill seemed pretty in depth. And then Resident Evil, I have 2 and 3, so I probably won't have to plan horror stuff for a while. And if I switch to Monday, Wednesday, Friday, either Resident Evil will be on Friday, or it'll have to be interchanged with the spooky sleepover for Friday. I don't know. I'm excited to make content again too, not just games, but oh, there goes the end. But like doing pictures again and stuff. I still have some backlog to go through, but should resume shortly. That and drawings and stuff. I need to figure out the ad system because I don't understand it at all. But I know that people have appreciated more of like not having pre-rolls, which I don't. And then when I'm doing like more important stuff, not talking through the ads, giving away important information, but I don't know. It was only a suggestion. Wee. So New Year's will take all of this information that we have reviewed, grade it, just kidding, judge you based off of it. No, I'm kidding. Take it and put it into like actionable steps. So on New Year's we can do some resolution sharing and stuff. If you would like, I'll be sharing mine. It's never an obligation for you guys to share. You can thanks, Richie. You can interact with the stream as you seem fit or you feel comfortable. I am only here to talk to myself. I just don't want to seem uninviting, I guess. But if you're not following me on my other platforms, I am Liv Phoenix everywhere. I appreciate support on the YouTube especially. We're at 191 for the year subscribers, which is not bad. I have not been actively trying to gain subscribers or views or anything for a few months now, and it's still gone up, so I'm happy about that, and I appreciate all the support over there. TikTok, I have... That's true. It has been a long time. Most of my people who hang out regularly do because I just talk so much, so I'm good at filling up the empty space by myself, which is fine. I'm happy with lurkers because the majority of people who watch things lurk. Like majority of people who like watch videos do not comment, so any interaction I do get is appreciated, but the most important thing, as I've always said, is the time given. Your time is the most valuable. The TikTok, I don't know what's going to happen with that. I have a couple clips on YouTube that are going to go up in shorts, so if TikTok is not banned, then I will be posting the clips there as well. But I don't pay close enough attention to politics to see what's going to happen there. And I don't know like what the next platform is going to be because I don't want to post on X, Twitter. It's not the same. And the algorithm, I don't even know if there is an algorithm, to be honest with you. It feels pretty shaky over there. I don't know what Blue Sky is. Threads is basically what Twitter was, but I don't want to feed Zuckerberg more than I already do. It's bad enough I have to have a Facebook account. I have to have a Facebook account to use the scheduler and Instagram because I'm not going to remember every day to post a fucking picture. I'm just going to do it as a batch in a couple hours. That's a smart way, but in order to do that, you have to have a Facebook account. So, I fucking hate that guy. I don't know why, but I've always had this just like, not deep personal hate, but just like aversion to anything that Zuckerberg does. I never wanted to be on Facebook, even when I was. I was always trying to find something better because I came from MySpace. And then we went to Facebook and we weren't allowed to customize anything at all. And everything Yeah, rip MySpace. Everything in my MySpace was customized. The only reason I liked being on the website was to update my shit. I wasn't giving a fuck about anybody else in the space. So when I go to like Facebook, it is so Cities. I was never on that one. There was so many though. Friendster. I wasn't on that one either. MySpace was like my thing. And it wasn't like I didn't interact with like a lot of people. I just like to make cool shit on my own. Oh, I did have aim. Oh my god. I did cringe. I don't want to remember that. Cringe. I was a teenager around that time. Not good. Not good. I've said this before, but how I found out that one of my first boyfriends broke up with me is he removed me from his top 8 on MySpace. And I had to text him and be like, yo, what's up? And so we have found that, ooh, I didn't mean to do that. The root of all my problems. All of my relationship problems. I should have just like known. Oh no, I didn't know there was a MySpace movie. Unless you mean like The Social Network. But no, that was shit scars people. I know, right? I don't know if it'll let you share a link. It's not me personally, it's my automods are out of control. And so we have a lot of issues with not just links but phrases as well. Stupid fucking phrases. My stream has never been like a PC place, but every stream I have to allow certain phrases pretty much. What a show. Let's see. No, it did not. But 18 years ago? There's 2 different ones. It's 11 minutes. Ooh, sorry. I didn't mean for that. I didn't expect it to be so loud. I just wanted to see what it was real quick. Compared to the news articles you're watching. Oh, they had a similar looking guy? Oh my god. Where's that? Chapter 2, the bulletin. Oh my god, bulletins. Oh, do you guys remember bulletins? And the password. Oh, it is chapter 4. It does have a guy that looks similar. A little bigger. Oh, yeah. If you don't share this to 30 of your friends. Oh, I found the scene. Let's turn this down. It's weird format. I can't, adjust it. So it's just gonna have to be. I don't know what this shit is. Did the fish? Okay, so I'm not crazy.
Why am I not in your top 8?
What do you mean top 8? Where? What is this?
Your top 8 with that girl with her boobs hanging out and that other girl with her, she's bent over a bed. Why am I not in your top 8?
I don't have any pictures of you bent over a bed.
And you won't if you keep that up. Why am I not in your top 8?
I don't know. Just drop it, all right? I'll do it later.
You're
but right...
making me really mad. I mean, I don't understand why I'm not number 1. I'm your girlfriend.
Oh my god.
I don't know. Would you please just drop it? It's just MySpace.
It's just MySpace.
Give me your password.
His online status.
Give me
So
your
hopefully my girlfriend
No,
doesn't see
I'm
this.
not giving you my password, Tara.
Joe, give me your password.
No, you are such a psycho sometimes. I can't even take it.
I'll give you mine.
Okay, that's different though, because 1, I never had the password. 2, I was number 1, and then I got removed. And I had to check in to see what was going on with my relationship because I was removed. Oh my god. And the conversation didn't take place in person. We were not in the same place. But yeah, I experienced that. That happened to me. Oh my god. Maybe, probably should have been one of my most embarrassing moments, but I don't know. In my opinion, should have been more embarrassing for him. Because how do you break up with somebody by removing them from your top 8? We had done like 6 months together. Yeah, there was no discoverability on MySpace at the time, but at the same time, it was before algorithms were a thing. So, because I'm pretty sure that came with Zuckerberg with Facebook. Pretty sure he popularized it, and then fed it by going into fake accounts and fighting with people in comments to get them angry to comment more because it fed the algorithm and it made more traffic to the site. I'm pretty sure that's how it's like a weird area. Yeah, it worked for some bands, but it had to be like who you were friends with for the most part, I think. It worked for Jeffree fucking Star, man. Everything was fucked up back then. Oh, Jeffree Star. Alright. I didn't expect to go on a MySpace tangent, but I really should get out of here. Should do something. I'm not surprised that Jeffree's still like idolized. I'm very surprised that Gen Z has not been angrier about him, because they seem Gen Z's not very tolerant of mistreatment, racism, homophobia, sexual assault, I was gonna say slurs, but that's racism as well. Yeah, all that stuff. And yet he still has a career. Though I was pretty happy to see recently he did try to make a resurgence by rekindling friendships with some people like Tana Mojo and Trisha Paytas, because Trisha Paytas is in like her redemption era. And he was trying to like leech back on. But I didn't watch the podcast on the channel that it was released. I watched Adam McIntyre watch the podcast. And Jeffree Star has not changed in any way, shape, or form since MySpace. He has not changed at all. Redemption, I don't know. I don't necessarily believe in redemption. I believe in harm reduction, and I do believe that the way that Trisha Paytas has been behaving in the past few months has been a significant reduction in the harm that she was causing to herself and to others. So, not necessarily the biggest fan wouldn't say I'm a fan, though I do believe in harm reduction. I don't believe that platforming Jeffree Star in any way reduces any harm. I think it significantly contributes to a lot of people's harm. Giving that man money. He recently did a couple interviews, and he has not changed at all. He has not changed. He is still a gossipy bitch. And I don't mean that because because he's, I guess, gay. And that could be seen as like a negative connotation, but it's not. It's because of like the way that he speaks about people. He does it in a very cunty way, and I mean like cunty before it was like a good fashion word like it is recently. Like now people say serving cunt like all the time, but like less than a year ago, that was seen as like a huge insult of a word, and women wouldn't even like speak the word cunt. Whatever. But that is a cunty human right there. Someone who will sit at a dinner table and start shit just to do that. I don't know who he hangs out with on YouTube. I don't pay attention. All I knew was he was doing some QVC shopping shit on his channel now, because that man does not die. He will not die, and he will never completely leave the internet. He will always find a way to be leeching. I'm not gonna say surviving, but leeching. Thank you, Nuggers, for the follow. I appreciate you. He'll be leeching on something. He'll find a way. He is a cockroach. He is the cockroach of the internet, in my opinion. And I know that there's been so many others. Like Dobby Vanity tried to have a comeback soon, and Gen Z just flooded his fucking pages with like this you, basically, like showing his shit. And yet Jeffree Star still somehow makes it. I don't know. But there's a lot I could say about him. I have too much knowledge about internet lore. Especially around the YouTube area. I've been around and watched it all go down since Jenna Marbles posted her first videos. Like, I've been there. I've seen the rise and fall and rise and fall and rise and fall of the internet. So, that is that. I don't know how he still has a career, but I don't see him making a grand comeback in the way that he was with Shane Dawson in the 2020s era when he was selling the conspiracy palettes and everything. I think the glass has completely shattered on Jeffree Star, that nobody can redemption. Oh, that was him. Okay, Shane from YouTube. Yeah. Shane never really had a redemption, but he did come back to YouTube. Let's see what Shane Dawson. Oops, that's not how you spell Shane. I know too much about this. There's issues. God, he still has 18.8 million subscribers. Oh my god, he still uses the same thumbnails. 2.3 million on a conspiracy from a month ago. Not just most popular. The Secret World of Jeffree Star is his most popular video. 52 million views. 6 years ago. I don't think either of them will ever hit that point again, because now they have realized. But now they, as in like the audience, has realized. I was kind of in that conspiracy. Not his conspiracy theories, because I always thought they were pretty dumb, which they are. But like the whole drama thing going on with that. And the James Charles shit at that time or whatever. I was whole ass in that situation. I was taking all of the drama in. And I was rooting for the... I don't know. I'm disappointed that I was as persuaded and everything as everybody else. But now I'm like way more skeptical of everything that I see. Everything. Which is why I always thought it would be fun to do like a YouTube channel that's like commentary stuff. Because I've watched all of this happen. But there would be internet. Well, I don't know. It's possible. It's highly possible. There's so many internet celebrities that we cannot keep track of them. As I was saying before when I was talking about Sam and Colby, with someone with like 400,000 subscribers, like there's so many. There's so many people with 1 million subscribers on YouTube. And TikTok just absolutely destroyed any relevancy of followers, because like it used to be really, really difficult to build a following, especially with YouTube and stuff like that. But with the way that TikTok works, one viral video will get you, it got me 30,000. So I mean, in like a day or two. So it's super easy, especially on TikTok, that now follower count is like if somebody has 100,000 followers on TikTok, I'm like, okay, so they've had like 1 or 2 viral videos, right? That's pretty much what it is. And anybody and everybody has it. You just have to say the right thing at the right time in the right cadence. And I don't know. I am polarizing to my core that I can't fall into that. I mean, it can also always be learned. Social media is a skill just like anything else. Except the fact that social media keeps changing their algorithm, so it's really hard. But for the most part, it's about making genuine connections with people and being authentic. That's what gives you more of like a long-lasting thing. Long-lasting career on the internet is being more authentic. People who are inauthentic or are either rage baiting or trying to find quick ways to get followers, they don't last over time. So they might get like really rich and really popular for a couple months, but within a year, they'll be Jason Nash banging on on TikTok Live for Galaxies, you know? Gotta have marketable skills. And I don't think there's anything wrong with if that's your job and you want to do that. My issue with Jason Nash is that he does it, one, in front of his kids, but 2, says that he has no marketable skills whatsoever, and so he has to do that. Fruit snacks, reviews, and comments. I said be quiet. But before Jason Nash met David Dobrik and got internet fame and everything, he was a stand-up comedian who did regular shows at the Comedy House or Comedy Store. It's the Comedy Store. He wrote a movie that it wasn't like super popular or anything, but I've seen multiple people talk about how it was a very well-written movie and there is talent there. Plus, I mean, editing alone, you can edit for YouTubers, especially if they know your name. So to sit there and say that you have no marketable skills whatsoever and all you can do is sit in your kitchen all day begging for Galaxies to pay your mortgage makes me angry on so many levels. But amplified by the fact that you have children. You have fucking children. Young children who are on the internet. That's my issue with that. It's not that you don't have skills, it's that you don't want to use them. It's a nice kitchen until people stop giving Galaxies, then you'll see less. And he's gonna be in his fucking car. Just like multiple other fucking TikTok live streamers. Fucking Adriel Sigler never has steady housing. That Tofia Chu person, known for being homeless. The Ash Trevino that's going up huge right now just got into her own place a couple months ago, already losing money. Kids do not have a bed. There's no morality whatsoever, which there's going to be no longevity. They'll have their day in the light, and then we'll all be watching them in a lost media video that's 5 hours long in about 2 years. Watch that be a scary fucking prediction, man. be even crazier if I made the video. No, I'm kidding. I can't lost media that hard. But I have thoughts on things going around. It's such a weird place. But yeah, because it's not steady income. I mean, no, social media is technically steady income. It varies wildly month to month. However, anybody who does like a show, and I don't mean like a, when I say show, I think people associate more like a podcast kind of show. I'm saying show as in like a train wreck kind of show. Being a 35-year-old woman going on a date with a 19-year-old boy show, not I'm going to interview you about your thoughts and feelings show. There may be some authenticity in that, but being emotionally stunted is not a talent. Make podcasting right? Mics are too affordable. Not for me. I've been using the same one for 6 years, but just in general. My thing was when it's not even a podcast, it's just like I've only seen it in guys, but there's been a rumor that a few of the girls doing it too. There's TikToks going around, and it looks like a guy on a podcast because it's like a camera shot of him on a mic, like doing the thing. But then you find out that it's a fictional podcast, not a real podcast. It's just scenarios that he set up for himself so he can make these speeches or whatever and post it on TikTok. It's not even a real podcast. Authenticity. Yes, equipment should be more expensive. But at the same time, the accessibility is great because we do get good art out of accessibility. Great art out of accessibility. People who would never be able to make art are able to make art because of accessibility. You can make really good videos on your phone. That's fantastic. Not everybody should have a podcast. I might be included in that. I only did like 4 episodes of shit. It was to feed some kind of coping mechanism inside of me and not a solid business venture. And that's fine. Just admit it. Background checks. You have to have a background check to buy a podcast mic. You should at the very least have to for like an LLC or something. To like get paid to do that. To like make it a business to do that. You should, yeah, there should be some kind of background check or something. But at the same time, I don't believe that it should be limited. Like, I was watching, I don't know who it was about. I was watching a commentary video for someone that I don't typically watch because they're like a younger commentator. Like, younger as in like the generation below me. And it was somebody who did something like minuscule, had one like issue before they got popular. They had like some kind of inappropriate thing. Wasn't a crime, wasn't like a chargeable offense, anything like that. And this kid essentially sat there and said that they don't deserve to have an internet presence because of their history. And I'm like, wait a second. Can we do that? I don't think so. Like, if you don't want the people that you follow or look up to or whatever to have that kind of background, that's fine. But to say that anybody who has ever made any kind of mistake that hurt somebody else's feelings or whatever, not being able to have any kind of platform, any kind of business on the internet, that's entirely fucked up. That is that's the thing that you're trying to prevent by initiating it. You know, if the cops were doing that, you'd be pissed. So why are you doing that? if the cops were telling people that a minor infraction means that they can't have any kind of business or whatever, you'd be pissed about it. But it's okay for citizens to make that judgment. That seems kind of fucked up to me. I'm not talking about like actual crimes. I'm not talking about patterns of behavior in which this person does something that's like gray area multiple times over and over. It hurts lots of people. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like small mistakes or minor things. I don't know. It was so like it was. I don't know how to like. I don't want to dismiss. I don't know how to say it. It wasn't a crime, and it was like nobody was coming up and saying this person really hurt me. It was just like some netizen found out about something on someone's history forever ago or something like that. I don't really know. What wasn't a crime? I'm talking about we're making jokes about people not being able to have podcasts. Like, it should not be so accessible for people to have podcasts. Because everybody has podcasts. But what I was seeing was like some examples of like the opposite of people saying it's kind of the opposite. I don't know anything about the Canadian government. It's like we say you should have some kind of license to have a podcast is fine. But saying that you like any minor issue in the public eye, that person should not have a platform of any kind. That doesn't just mean podcasts. They don't regulate what is. Oh, interesting. Yeah. See what I'm saying? It would be like it's wrong and it's upsetting when the police and the government do it. So why are you sitting there saying that somebody doesn't have the ability? 9 ads. Ugh. I don't control the ads. I'm sorry. And I'm supposed to be wrapping up. I should have been wrapped up forever ago, but I just keep talking. I don't shut up. Yep. But I don't think any behavior, because I don't control the ads. Earlier when I was trying to get on Instagram to view that news site, I was in Russian Instagram. I don't speak Russian. The post wasn't in Russian. Nothing about that situation should have been Russian. But it was. I don't have buff shoulders. I don't. Don't give me worse body dysmorphia. I'm gonna add that to the rules. It's not. It's an angle, I swear. One day I will have big muscles, but today is not that day. I have wimpy arms. But yeah, I've been saying for a while I need to get out of here, and then I got started on internet drama and stuff. And now I can't shut up. I will be back tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern. We are playing Resident Evil 2. And then Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern, we are playing Silent Hill 2. Well, that's good. I guess not looking wimpy is better than... I guess looking wimpy? I don't know. It depends on what camera I'm using. It depends on where I'm standing. I don't know. I can't tell my size. I am dysmorphia'd. Well, technically I have 2 for this live stream, but I was referring to, like, if I sit here and take a picture of myself via, like, the webcam versus if I step, like, a couple feet to the right and take a picture in the mirror or whatever. I do full cam often. I only have 2 scenes, so it's little me or it's big me. We might get more in the future, but I don't know. Keeping my overlay super simple just helps. That's fair. Most of my followers just listen, and I'm okay with that. Like I said, can't stop talking. Must yap. Doesn't shut up. I don't have friends on the outside, so I gotta get my opinions in here. Just kidding. I see what's right. It's because I have ADHD. It's because I have an ADHD brain. But yeah. His voices are louder. Well, mine are medicated, so. I've noticed that a lot of people that I follow and find soothing, they end up having ADHD too. I think it's a specific speaking pattern, and I just need to find my people, and I'll be good. She's been asleep the whole time. She was snoring really loud earlier. And then she fought something in the hallway. It was a whole thing. She only tried to show her butthole like once or twice. It's a good stream. Alright. I really do. I really need to eat. I don't know. I didn't have a set end time, which is why I'm forever stalling. Yes, that's Natsu and Lucy, and then me, Levy, and Gajeel. They're not original artworks, they're just ones that I painted. Because Fairy Tail's my favorite. Behind the Winnie the Pooh stocking is the Fairy Tail manga, and then the Noragami's on the other side. It's my favorite. No worries for stalling. I appreciate conversation and stuff. I just am already at 5 hours and I don't wanna make it worse, and I don't want to like kill myself for tomorrow, like use all of my energy for my social energy for the week when I have 2 more streams to do this week that are arguably more important. But yeah, the Metal Dragon guy is that one. That's Gajeel. And Levy is she's the one that uses words, solid words. I think in the show they're an actual couple. But I need to use more of my stuff. But I appreciate everybody hanging out with me. I appreciate those who talked with me, the follows. It's been a really good day. It's been a good Christmas. And I'm really happy that I got to spend it here with you guys for another year. I don't think I'm going to go anywhere. And my pages will not be deleted this year. I'll keep it all. So you'll always be able to find me. I'm Liv Phoenix on everything. And I am very appreciative of everybody who's hung out with me for this long. Was there through my disappearance and my resurgence. And now my growth arc. We're excited for it. But I will see you guys very soon. Much love always. Have a great Christmas night.